to me on that one.
Oh, Oscar. It's funny that happened to you too, because when I played the first time, his strength growth didn't go, and the
Yeah.
exact same thing. I was like, he's pretty tanky, he double hits, but he just doesn't fucking do anything.
Man, maybe they got the numbers wrong.
He's
Alright.
just every now and then there's a character that has like a 50% growth in something that really needs 50% at least, and like just the fact that it's flipping coins over there just means sometimes it comes up, fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, we're in it now. It's the sequel to Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. It's Radiant Dawn, a name that includes Radiant, so you know they're part of the same universe, and it's like a sequel. But also, it's hard to remember which one is which.
Yes.
So this came out on the Wii, and this was, I mean, I was aware of video games in the sense of like the culture, the release culture, right? And like the review culture. I wasn't really reading, I guess GameSpot would have been the big one at the time, or IGN. Like I wouldn't really go to those sites and stuff.
No, me
But
neither.
I'd still be aware of like, oh, a new Mario game is gonna come out soon or something, right? Like I was sort of aware. And I played Fire Emblem 7 out of nowhere. A friend just like had it one day, and I was like, "What is this?" and became fascinated with it. And then Fire Emblem disappeared and came back with GameCube, and I saw it on the shelf, like in a store. Was how I found out about it, and I was like, "Oh hell yes!" And this game was the same. I think I might have been traveling even. I might have been in the States on
Ooh.
vacation, and we stopped at a mall, and I was
You're
like,
just
"Well,
perusing and
I'm gonna go to the video game store, right?" And it was just there on the shelf, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like this exists, and it's cheaper here."
man, they get all the good stuff over there? What
Yeah,
the heck?
at the time, it was one of those weird moments in time where the Canadian dollar was actually like worth more than the American dollar, but their
Oh,
prices were still lower down there, so it was like, "Oh fuck."
that's been a while.
Yeah, yeah, that.
That really dates it.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm also dating when this game came out and was in stores, so
Right.
it dated itself. But you're right. It's like when you watch Die Hard and you spot in the background that the price of gas at the gas station is like a quarter of what it is now, and you're like, oh no, I'm old. Anyway, I feel like this game just kind of like snuck out. Didn't have a big fanfare. Fire Emblem wasn't very popular at all. It wasn't until Fire Emblem 12 that it became the big popular waifu simulator that everyone kind of thinks of it as, and put like 6 characters in Smash Brothers. This was before that. This is a little tucked away little gem that I like a lot, and I'm excited to play.
There they are, the Beastie Boys. Hurrah.
You remember who that guy is in the red armor?
No.
So he shows up very briefly when you're hanging out with Banyan, the big Imperial Emperor, right? Empire, led by Sanaki, the little Empress.
Uh-huh.
So you've met up with them. They've agreed to support you. You start marching on Dayan, that sort of back third of the game. He marches with you. He's the general of the Banyan army. So
Oh yeah.
what this cutscene is telling us is that the beasts are fighting Banyan for some reason. There's 2 guys. Here's some more
Oh.
people.
So fancy. Here's 3 more. Oh, 3 more?
Uh-huh. That's roughly 1% of all the characters in this game.
Does this game have more characters?
It's got so many more characters. You recognize that guy in the back?
Nope.
He's the little green thief boy who stowed away on your ship, all grown up.
Soth?
Yeah.
Hey, Branwyn.
So for anyone wondering, we did transfer our file.
Yeah, these are them. He gave me like an easy mode and a normal mode, just in case.
Oh.
I assume we're gonna go normal.
Yeah, normal was too easy in the
Yeah.
previous game, so I definitely don't want to go down to easy. I'm not really sure how to compare the difficulty of these 2 games overall, though. I feel like they're pretty similar. So, there were some dangling plot threads in the last game, right? A dark god trapped in the Fire Emblem.
No.
Yeah, we
just
gave
gonna hope
we
that's
gave the
okay.
Fire Emblem back to like the Wayne people, right?
I think that's right. The herons.
That's right.
There's a girl, I can't remember her name, but she's the one who is like the releaser. She's the one who can release
Please don't cry. If they
the
hear
god
you,
from the
they'll
medallion.
away.
Her name starts with an A, I think.
Yeah.
We never saw or heard from her at all. She was just like a legend. The Black Knight seems to have some weird connection to that bishop you found in the jail, Sephiran. They were talking cryptically about some shit. The Black Knight in general, you really don't know what's up with him.
Thought we didn't see you?
Like, he was helping Dane, but he clearly wasn't part of them.
Look, silver hair.
If it's the fortune teller, we'll be heroes. Without her, the Dawn Brigade is nothing.
Oh, the general's going to
Oh.
The vocal fry on there at the end.
If you don't
Oh.
want to, don't struggle.
He's not alone!
Look out, she's got a book now. Oh, nice kick.
The camera settles in behind Soth's shoulder, and then that's when I inform you that in a weird choice, they made this game a third-person shooter where you throw knives.
Oh shit.
Micaiah,
I'm in.
got you now. Good job, Micaiah. Let's go.
Right. Yune!
Why does Jimmy have the purple
No.
one? Isn't that like
Jimmy.
$50?
Yeah.
Oh my
Jimmy.
god. Everyone please appreciate the devotion on display before you and its majesty.
He reduced the price. Okay. Still.
That's still a lot of devotion. Something must have happened to him. She's got some far sight. No. I thought he literally meant like you can see really far.
Mhm. Bandits, here we go.
I mean, it's the start of a Fire Emblem game. colors do, now that the spectrum is complete, that you can really get a sense of the colors moving from one to the next all the way across. It is kind of nice to look at.
Yeah.
Bwam, 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 bwam. Oh, they just drop you in, huh?
That was
you
a
got two
sound.
guys.
We got 2 guys.
All right, here's what's up. Micaiah is going to be your main character for this portion of the game. Spoilers. And she's not great. She's frail is her thing, and her base stats are low, and she starts at level 1. So it's true that if you baby her and feed her tons of experience, eventually she gets fast enough to start doubling people, and she's a magic user, so she hits res, so she's guaranteed to do at least some chip damage, and then you double that chip damage and add on a bit of magic, and she gets to actually start killing people. But she'll always be frail, and it takes a ton of work to get her levels up. But later in the game, she'll promote and get to be able to use a staff, and that's pretty okay. But generally, she is to be protected. She will likely be a liability for you on most of your playthrough, and along with her is Edward, who is one of very few people who are part of Micaiah's group who can potentially be worth investing in. This is kind of, in a lot of ways, the hardest part of the game, actually. They give you a lot of units who are bad, and you kind of just have to make the best of what you got.
I like that.
Yeah. And then they also give you Titania, basically. So we'll see how it goes. Certainly there's potential for that character to take over the game. But your boy Edward here, same as Micaiah, has good growths. If you feed him a whole bunch of experience, and I mean a lot, like it probably won't be until the end of this entire part of the game that he can really carry his own weight. But he will eventually get there and become a good unit. Also, because there's so few people on Micaiah's team who are worthwhile for anything, he can sometimes be a good target to feed experience to or whatever. But like Micaiah, he's frail at the start, and he might let us down. We'll see. You can see he is still fast enough to double the... Oh, wow.
Oh, he's letting us up.
No, I take it back. He's amazing. Just let him carry the game.
All right. What's up, Lone Magi?
Yeah, he's starting out pretty good, I guess, because they fed you all these axe users. If I was in a battlefield and a man with a sword ran up and did a flip and slashed me with the sword on the flip so hard it knocked me into the sky and onto my back, I would not get up and continue fighting at that point.
It was
That
like
would be
it was like a fighting game for a second. I thought he was gonna go for some kind of combo in the air, and
yeah, I wasn't ready for that either. Your vulnerary has 8 uses. 8!
8. What?
Look who it is! It's Leonardo!
Leo.
He's in contention for the worst character in the whole game.
Oh yeah?
His base stats are really low. Maybe
And
you've
he's
heard
a bow
of this.
guy.
Yeah, his base stats are really low. You gotta baby him until he gets anywhere. And he's an archer, so he doesn't get to counterattack at close range. Longbows are cool, and the way that a lot of high-level Fire Emblem players who are trying to be really efficient, like use very few turns, not waste things, right? When they play, the limitations of archers get in their way all the time, and so that's why archers are generally considered bad. But the way that a lot of people play Fire Emblem is you've got a clump of like 13 guys and they roll around as a ball on the field.
Right.
And you roll over everything as you move around the field. And if you play like that, there's totally room for an archer to move up and take shots at someone, and then everyone else, removes those threats or covers them or whatever, right? Like, it's really not that big a drawback. As some experts like to say it is. So I go back and forth when people talk about like what's good and bad in these games, because I'm like, well, you're thinking about it in this weird setting. Yeah, you probably should have left him in front, or you could leave Makai in front if you think she can take a hit. I don't know. You can check her stats.
Even less health.
She'd at least hit him back, though, is the thing. 2 defense and 7 speed, so she's not going to get doubled, I'm pretty sure. 5 defense. He has a Draco shield on him. I don't know if you noticed, so you could have someone get +2 defense.
Yeah, I wanna switch it up this time, man. Use some archers, use some magic guys.
All right.
What's up, Exuno?
Now you're in this weird position where... Okay, yeah. I guess you can finish all these guys off if you have Edward come back and kill this guy from behind.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what an herb is.
Oh, sick dodge.
Yeah, these enemies only have a 66% chance to hit him, which I guess is actually like a 71% chance or something.
Ooh.
He got strength and speed. Strength is really what Edward is looking for. I mean, he wants every blessed point of defense, for sure, but like he's not going to get it. What he can get is strength, so that's the realistic sort of hope for him. Oh, Leonardo doubles on the first map, huh?
Sure
It's not
does.
bad.
It's not bad.
Sure hope the boss doesn't move.
Hugo.
How much damage? 19 damage. There's no way they made him double all of your characters at this. Oh, he's got 10 speed. Okay, how fast is Edward? He's fast. He's like about 10 fast. Yeah, okay, you're fine. But he's gonna hit you for 14 damage. You have 14 health. Oh, wait, no, weapon triangle. I think you'll live
Does
with
weapon
one.
triangle do one?
I think I think it's +1 damage and plus 10% chance to hit. Oh, or you
this
can
heal?
do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, the boss probably doesn't move, so.
Uh huh.
Here we go.
Oh, he
he
moves.
does. All right, let's see. I think he's gonna hit you for 13. Yep. And where he is, unfortunately, you can have one person taking shots at him.
Huh.
I think we're looking at, like, shot heal. Or you can look and see if Makai is going to do more damage, in which case, nope, she's not even in range. Yeah, I think biorhythm is still unimportant. Maybe this game is harder. Look what they're making you do to fight this
First battle,
boss.
yeah. Having to heal? I didn't do that on most maps.
Wow. If your hit rate is 100%, you could kill this guy with Edward, I think. Oh, she's got 100. You give thieves a bad name. Magic, no speed, defense.
Fantastic.
Cone heads are coming, look out. For some reason, I can't help but notice how pointy everyone's feet are.
We got a new tuba theme?
Oh, and there's like a morose trumpet off to the side.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh my god, hold on. I gotta look up this little thing. Hold on. I'll let these characters talk. We're learning. We don't even know who we are. That guy said we were thieves. Banyan is against us, right? And they were kind of the good guys in the last game. Does that make us bad guys? This music makes them the bad guys, though. I think we
Definitely.
we know that much. A little fresh game is just what I need. How fitting. I'm gonna read for you a excerpt from a book called "The Witches Are Coming" by Lindy West, and I fucking love it. My husband plays the trumpet, which is a sort of loud pretzel originally invented to blow down the walls of fucking Jericho, and later to let Civil War soldiers know it was time to kill each other in a river while you chilled eating pigeon in your officer's tent 20 miles away. Yet somehow, in modern times,
You gotta. This is a bad time to read.
is it really that loud?
Sovereignty of its former enemy
Dang.
to the powerful Menyon Empire. Dayan's future is
I thought
now
I could just like
subject to
talk
the
over it,
laws
and
of the
then it would be
Empire.
funny that it was like the game was trying to do this thing, but instead it was telling us about the trumpet.
Benyon's occupation forces have gathered all Dayan men of fighting age and put them to work in labor camps. Their
I don't know if I
work
like
is
the
brutal
narrator.
and void of purpose,
Yeah, I don't know.
designed to break both body and spirit.
I remember those pipes on the map.
Population faces poverty and starvation as the fields lie fallow.
Those pipes on the map.
A band of young heroes has
There
escaped
they are.
the Benyon army
They're at the
to
pipes.
form a group called the Dawn Brigade. Fighting for a free Dayan, they alone have stood against Benyon's forces. They alone have shouldered the hopes of their nation.
So it's like a Treaty of Versailles
Among the
situation, I
company is
guess.
A young girl named Micaiah.
The people who won the
Said
war
to possess mystical
imposed
powers.
really
The people of
horrible
Dayan have come
restrictions
to know her
on the
as
losing
the
side
silver-haired
and
maiden.
fostered
They have come to think of her as the savior
sort of
for whom they
hate and
have
resentment.
Benyan's forces have tried time and again to capture and silence the Dawn Brigade. However, Micaiah's ability to sense impending danger has thus far allowed the Dawn Brigade to evade the Empire's grasp.
Here he is.
Question mark men are here. You think if these anime characters didn't dress like anime characters, the guards wouldn't be able to spot them from a mile away?
Mhm. Well, they're all different colors, right? It's like they don't have one team uniform, so it's hard to tell who's who.
So a friend of mine got married, and he's Chinese, and there's a sort of tradition with Chinese weddings called door games, and it's supposed to harken back to when a woman would marry into another family. That woman's family was basically losing her as a worker on their farm, so that's where what's the term, dowry, I guess, that stuff sort of comes from. But also they would make a big show of the groom and his wedding party would have to come and like placate the family basically, and like put on a show and do things to show that he was worthy of this bride or whatever. And so the modern tradition is called door games, where you show up at the bride's door on the wedding day and they make you do silly stuff before they will let you take the bride and go forth with the rest of the wedding. So it's a fun little thing. But it ended up with me and 4 of my friends out on the street in a place called Kensington Market, which is really cool here in Toronto. In full suits and everything, like black suits, in the summer heat. And so we're walking there from where the limo parked, because the limo couldn't pull into the narrow streets there. And we're walking by, and then there's like a team of, I don't know who they are. I don't know. There's like some kind of like racket sports team or something. I don't know. But they're all wearing the same red tracksuit coming the other way towards us. And then this guy coming down an alleyway, it's like a T-shaped intersection. He turns the corner and sees us in our suits and them in their tracksuits walking towards each other. And he literally says out loud, loud enough for both parties to hear, like, "Whoa, everyone's squatting the fuck up over here. What's going on?" It was a difficult thing to explain for both sides, because we So you got a new character there. You may have noticed Nolan's pretty fucking good.
It's okay.
He's a big, beefy boy. He can take all these hits. He gives out another big hit. He's also really good if you do want to baby some of the other units. He's good at leaving guys weak to be finished off. He's one of the top picks. Him and Edward are one of the top picks for, like, if you want to give people experience and use them, then it should probably be him. He's a good candidate. Like they really wanted you to know how to use choke points at the start of this game. Rate these characters as a percent of Oscar. Well, this is tough because there is the ideal Oscar.
I thought he was dead for sure.
No, he's good because he's so beefy.
He's got 2 health.
He stood up and took all those. If you put anyone else in that same position to take all those hits, they would have died so long ago. Anyway, yeah, Oscar, to me, will always kind of be that guy who didn't fucking gain any strength on my playthrough. And then it happened again on our playthrough. So it's hard to say just how good one Oscar is. As good as Oscar should be,
It's not as good as he is.
yeah. Then Nolan's like 70% Oscar. Edward's 50. Micaiah's 20. Leonardo's 10. Something like that. Oh, he's got a jab. Well, you're gonna counterattack at least. Alright, good level.
Speed strength?
You can actually see the little biorhythm arrows in the top right of the...
Is that what that
pops up.
is?
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
Biorhythm bad. Best. He's off the charts, dude.
Holy shit.
Alright. What's up, cool man?
Alright, this song doesn't have a trumpet. You ready for my favorite description of the trumpet ever?
Alright, hit me with it.
Alright. This is from a writer called Lindy West. My husband plays the trumpet, which is a sort of loud pretzel originally invented to blow down the walls of fucking Jericho, and later to let Civil War soldiers know it was time to kill each other in a river while you chilled eating pigeon in your officer's tent 20 miles away. Yet somehow, in modern times, it has become socially acceptable to toot the bad cone inside your house before 10 a.m. because it's your job and your wife should get up. What a world. If one was feeling uncharitable, one might describe the trumpet as a machine where you put in compressed air and divorce comes out. But despite
Oh.
this, despite operating a piece of biblical demolition equipment inside the home every bright, cold morning of his wife's one and only life, the trumpet is not the most annoying thing about my husband. The compressed air into divorce line is just so good.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. None of that's happening. You can have Edward go smack that bow guy, though. Oh, wow.
Oh. What is the worst part about her husband?
Yeah, I don't know. I've only ever seen this little snippet.
Where did you even find that?
I don't remember. It showed up on my timeline at some point. Thought about that doing a little sacrifice just for fun, just for a little
Just for fun. Just a little sacrifice.
as a treat. God, that dodge animation is just so extra.
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I'll still never get used to this backflip.
Strength
Speed
speed.
strength. Few strength level ups is a really good start. I wonder if it would be interesting or stupid if there was a Fire Emblem game where it predetermined how many of each stat you were going to gain, and then it front-loaded all of those stat gains. So, like, if over your 30 levels or whatever, the game had already decided you were going to... 16 of those were going to be... you were going to gain strength. Then on your first 16 level ups, it gave you that strength. So, like... you would hit a point where, like, you don't gain defense, and you're like, oh, this is my defense now for the rest of the game. I don't actually remember exactly how escape works. I think it would be possible to have everyone move onto that square in escape, or if it has to be just the main character who does it, and I don't know. Oh, this guy's gonna drop his steel sword.
Oh, fuck.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Full sacrifice? Wait, can we just kill him? Oh shit.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Holy shit. What was his chance to crit, I wonder? I missed it.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's a Myrmidon. 2 boss kills from Micaiah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess you're getting bonus experience for everyone before Micaiah who escapes. I think is what's happening. Guess I'll go ahead and look it up.
Oh, we can just blend into the crowd. Moldy onions. Where'd they go?
Oh, I guess you ended that. I can't remember if you were on turn 9 at the end.
9,
or 8.
yeah.
It was turn 7 you needed to hit to get max experience.
Ooh. What's up, Gordea, by the way?
Oh, I didn't know this. This is cool. If any chapter features an NPC or partner unit, any experience they gain is converted into bonus experience at the end of the chapter.
Oh. They're just shooting.
Oh, they got the kid.
No.
Is that true about the Pegasus team? I really don't think it was.
I wish it was. Does the Pegasus team make a comeback?
Yeah. I don't think they're as good in this game, but yes.
Everyone knows about sacrifice.
Really weird that they just like, I don't know, when Binyan's the good guys, they don't do this shit. And then when they're the bad guys, suddenly now they do this shit.
It's that tuba music, man. It just hits him. Changes him.
Dispossessed. A quick half mark. I've never heard mark as a measurement for, I think, time he's talking about? Or distance?
Me neither.
That's what the fire emblem does. You touch it and the tubas go off and then...
Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp.
I can hear it! I can hear it!
Hey, Nico. Don't worry, I'm sure their early Jorf schedule won't keep up for long.
Lord Kiska. They got stuff in there. Oh, hey.
I like stuff.
Laura's
Just in
here.
here, man.
She's your healer. She's Riz. Try not to get her killed.
Oh. But say I do, like, backup healer, like, chapter 13.
For these guys, not really. But it's fine because vulneraries are 8 uses or whatever. Oh, come on, Nolan. No strength on Nolan. What the hell are the chances of that? I think he's got like a 75 strength growth or something. What? It's only 45.
You thought this
Wow.
guy was good?
Yeah, actually, his growths aren't amazing. He gets a lot of skill and speed, especially for an axe user. He's not amazing. It's just that he's decent, and no one else is even decent on this team, right? Like, how much damage does he take if he gets hit here? Yeah, almost dead in 2 hits. And if this wasn't a guy with a bronze lance, then you might have actually been dead in 2 hits, right? Whereas Nolan can take like 4 hits. And it's just a huge difference. Yeah, it could work. .64% chance to hit. And that guy's got 100 on you? I don't know if you're gonna be able to kill all these guys.
No.
So you're gonna have to start thinking of a solution that, like, prevents this guy from running over and hitting whoever he wants. Can Makai kill this guy? The bottom guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, no.
Then I would weaken him with Micaiah, finish with Edward, but from the right side of him, so you've got a little, like, lip, and then Laura can run up into the space where that enemy is currently standing and heal Edward from behind. And I think from there she'll be safe from attacks with Nolan above her and Edward to her right. He moves how many squares? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, she'd be safe. And Edward would have full health. Oh, but Nolan wouldn't.
That's fine. Nolan can take like 4 hits.
I think he can take a hit. To be fair, I think Edward could probably take a hit too.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Oh, Wrath critical? Oh, shit.
You made him mad. Oh, wow.
Yo, what's up, Dark Eye?
Well, I guess we know who's getting the heal now.
Yeah, how good's this heal? It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good heal. This guy's got another bronze axe, right? No surprises when he does have an iron axe. It's 9 damage now, but it's not enough.
Oh, they're just jumping off?
Look who it is. Titania's here.
Titania's here is not the first thing that comes to mind when I see that guy roll in.
I know. She's like a majestic, full head of hair, red flowing on a horse with ornate armor. When everyone else is just walking around on their peasant fucking boots. She's like off the cover of a storybook. And so there's just a guy. He's kind of tall, I guess. But if you look at his stats,
He's got a card. Wonder which card it is. Is it the one you're thinking of?
so he's a level 1 rogue, which is a promoted thief. So he's already pre-promoted. He's got really good stats.
Pretty good.
His growths are okay too. And I think his knives can hit from range as well. Some of them maybe? It does say range 1 right now. Alright, not these ones, I guess.
What is strike? That's like a new thing, right?
I don't remember. Oh,
Lagoos.
So the card's the stronger one, if you need a little more oomph. It doesn't finish that guy if you don't use it, huh?
Just a little more oomph. Free experience.
Truly is Titania. Big leaping, spinning attacks. So dramatic. I think because this guy's at the top of the stairs, he might have like an advantage against you.
It's a height advantage thing?
Yeah, I think that's the thing in this game. Whoa. I guess I forgot to mention Edward's got Wrath, so that's a, it's one of the better skills. He has it innately. In this game, you can take skills off of people and give them to other people, but when they have them innately, it doesn't cost
locked.
any capacity.
Or no?
Steal and shove are like thief things. You can't take those, but you can see Wrath normally costs 10 capacity, but his capacity still says 5 of 15 because his Wrath is innate to his character. And you can't like give it back to him afterwards and it'll just like go back to the way it was. It'll still take capacity if you give it back to him.
I'm scared these guys are all just gonna like jump down now.
Oof. Ranked. I'll take it.
Oh boy.
3 out of 3 strength level ups, man. It's like it's really, really what he wants on his first 3 level ups. Like, I'm literally totally fine with what just happened. If he doesn't get those, like, there's a world where he didn't get any strength level ups on those first 3 levels. It's not that unreasonable. And it basically means he will never, ever kill someone in 2 hits for, like, the whole game, but until you know, until you get into the late game or whatever. It just hurts him so bad. Here they come. God, could really use a dodge here. I like when it procs Wrath, but then he misses the coin flip anyway, so it's just like, well, I don't know. He got angry, I guess. I sure hope this conversation means that it's the end of their turn. Okay, good. I don't know about that. So is that as an archer up top?
Oh. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. So Edward will die. Even she got defense.
Defense.
I really don't know if that archer will jump, because he didn't jump last time, right? So I just feel like he won't do it.
Yeah.
But if for some reason he does, and you don't leave Nolan there, then he will just kill Micaiah and end the chapter with a game over. So I don't know. If you've got faith that he won't move, then you're fine to do whatever, I guess. Or I guess you could have left Leonardo in his place.
Wait, you can jump up?
Yeah, I guess so. Is that boss gonna move?
Is he hurt? Not really.
9. See how tanky? He's a tanky guy, I told you. None of these other characters could hop over this fucking wall into a crowd of like 3 people. One of them a boss. That's only territory Nolan can dare go. And of course, Sove over there.
What's going on down here?
Some chests. You can drop in, grab some chests. I guess
Just drop
fucking
it in.
javelin guy's in your way though, and I think he's just gonna throw javelins at you.
Oh.
Oh my god, he killed Leonardo in 1 hit. I
Died
knew he had a
so
steel bow,
swiftly.
but
That's a game over?
oh, it's a game over for Leonardo.
Really?
Wow.
What's up, Viking?
I saw he had the steel bow, and I was like, that's gonna hurt. I really didn't think
Uh-huh.
it would be a one-shot.
That was a lot of hurt.
Yeah, this is the sequel.
Yeah.
So for anyone who watched the first playthrough or whatever, no strength or defense, huh? Now that I know his growths are low in those stats, I'm not as surprised.
Yeah. Hey, Sundown Kid.
So the big overarching story of the last game was the country of Dayan marched on Crimea, right? Dayan bad guys, Crimea good guys. They do a war. It's very one-sided. They take him over. The princess of Crimea retreats, gets help from the other nations, sort of fights back, wins the war, reclaims Crimea. And because basically the rest of the world all allied against Dayan, after the war, they occupy the country and don't feel good about all the bad stuff that Dayan did. So I guess what we're learning at the start of this game is they've gone too far, and now it's the Banyan army, one of the supporting good guys in the previous game. Dude just hops down a cliff and murders your main character. It's the Banyan army who is doing the oppressing. And so who we're playing as now is the Dawn Brigade, and these are some Dayan citizens who are seeing Banyan being absolute jerks and are fighting against them as a sort of small revolutionary force. No, we never learned who the Dark Knight was or what he was even really all about. We know he's got some kind of connection to Sephiran, who was like a traveling bishop guy we saved in a dungeon one time, and it appears to have favor within the Banyan court, I guess, maybe a little bit. He showed up in Banyan at some point, and then at the very end of the game to talk cryptically about things the player doesn't understand.
Weapon level up. It was all for the strength.
It's a shame though, because he can really use the speed level ups early on. Yeah, in the last game, Burn is basically Dayan, or Dayan is basically Burn rather. And then in this game, they just swapped that role of oppressive bad guy. Can Edward actually kill this guy, I wonder?
Yeah.
Nice. That javelin guy isn't gonna crawl out of a hole and kill Laurie.
Uh-huh.
Wow. That's why I'm here. He might not move. That he might be set up that way. But actually, I kind of figure like he probably should move actually, because if he was just standing at the bottom with a javelin, that's like a really dick move.
Right.
And then, of course, there were these really big story elements that never got resolved. No defense or speed, actually. Speed is important for her. I mean, it's important for everyone, I guess, but... like the Dark God trapped in the Fire Emblem and the Releaser, who we don't know about. None of that. Nothing came of any of that in the previous game.
None of that.
So I think this does put Leonardo in Javelin Guy's range. Maybe? Oh, no, he's good there. Okay. But anyone else who moves to hit that guy will be. Yeah, and there's a there's a lot that's tricky about this. That's pretty safe. Hopefully that lures Javelin Guy out of his hole, too.
God, Steel Bow Guy's scary now.
Wow, you have a 33% chance to hit him. And he has 100 on you. Yeah, I have no idea what to advise because I don't know if Steelbow Guy will jump down or not. And it just changes everything, right?
Uh-huh.
We could always just bank that he won't, and then if he does, it's just the 4th time we do the map, no big deal.
No big deal, let's go.
Well. Yeah, that's another thing. Like you could maybe block a square with someone at the bottom, but then you're just giving up free hits to the guy. And you might not even have to be doing that if he never jumps down. Wherever Edwin moves should not be in Javelin Guy's range. Whoosha, whoosha.
No Javelin Guy. Can you even, like...
No. You gotta get, like, what, like Leonardo in there to shoot at him? That or Micaiah, right? I don't see any other way to do anything.
Right?
I wonder how much damage he does. How horrible is it to have Micaiah stand there and have him throw javelins at her and she hits him back? He will have a pretty low chance to hit whoever's standing there, to be fair. Because you're
Shooting
the one
up?
with the height advantage. Yeah.
True.
I don't think there's any difference in damage. Also, like, it's just, like, stuff in there, right? Like, if you, at some point, you decide you don't care, you can just not do any of it. What are we looking at? Doubling. 5% chance to hit you back? Wow.
It's good.
Nice.
Season 2. What's up, Anise?
Alright, who's going in? I mean, if you want to actually open those chests, you gotta
gotta
bring
be
Sode
him, right?
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh,
Come on.
that sucks. Yeah, I wonder if Edward has got enough to kill that. Well, definitely not anymore. No hits, Nolan. Yeah, he just needed Leonardo to hit,
Yeah.
and you would have been able to kill them all. You could check if you really want to like not have Soth kill this guy. You could look at how much damage he does and will he kill Leonardo in one round of combat or whatever. You're like, math, remembering numbers. I was wondering if there was going to be reinforcements.
Alright, was it worth it?
That's a spell that hits a little bit harder for Micaiah. I think it might have like increased chance to crit or something too. Seven from that guy, 7 from him again, plus Steelbow guy. I think he's still living. Leonardo will need some backup or some. Like, can anyone rescue? Can Edward rescue Leonardo?
I don't think rescue's been a thing yet. No?
No. So I don't think Leonardo's gained any extra defense or anything, so I think Steelbow guy still one hits him, so you just can't put him over there.
Can he shoot over top of this wall?
I think so.
Hmm.
I'm really not sure though.
That last game we couldn't shoot over any walls.
All right. I'm clearly too used to my GBA games.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, chest key. Oh, he's healing.
Oh. That didn't work out very good at all. So does that mean he's got a vulnerary with like 7 out of 8 uses left?
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking hell. While Steelbow guy plunks you for 12 damage every turn. Oh, the AI is just, he's doing your player strats against you, and now it's like really strong.
What's going on with this guy? He's got like a shield thing?
Shield thing. That's
Yeah.
just because he's an armor guy. So like if you had a sword or like an armor slayer, it would hurt him.
Oh.
The blinking shield is because
Yeah.
he's a boss.
Oh. Yeah. Windage.
Yeah, this is awkward.
You can't attack over there.
Okay. That's good knowledge. This guy up front, was he got a javelin? A lance? Does he move, do you think? I really don't know.
What, the boss?
The guy
This
right
guy?
in front of Nolan, yeah. I feel like he probably would, but there's a chance he wouldn't. Yeah, I think this will work. You won't die to their attacks, and that guy is obviously not going to heal because he's at full health, so he's going to attack you, you're going to get the counter hit, and then when your next player phase comes around, he's going to be weak and not full health. Assuming Nolan hits his attack, Nolan. Nice. These guys are making me nervous. No,
For
it's got
Micaiah
0 crit.
only.
Oh, it's effective against stuff. Armor guys and horse guys. I would love if the game learned to use the same strategies that we did, because our strategies only work because we have one super overpowered fucking lady on a horse who
Yeah.
runs across the map. I would love it if they just started sending guys all over the place willy-nilly. They can have the AI. They don't get the stats. They don't get the stats of our characters. Strength. So this is sort of a strange situation. You'd love to be able to heal Nolan here, but I don't think there's any way to do it safely at all. So I think Nolan has to, because he's not going to kill. So basically, you got two options. Nolan can either take a step and just heal, and the archer's going to plunk him for a bunch of damage for free, and that's going to feel bad, but you're guaranteed to be safe. Or Nolan steps forward and just fucking hits that guy, and then you kill him with someone else. And the problem there is that Nolan's got an 85% chance to hit. So if he misses on that 15, you get into a really sticky situation because I don't know if even Micaiah and Edward can gang up and kill this guy.
We're also just counting on the boss not moving.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do.
What is... How much damage does Micaiah do? Do Edward and Micaiah actually kill that
I think
guy?
they do.
That's pretty
11.
good. Does Edward get one shot by the boss?
Who knows?
I mean, you can just...
20?
He's got 20 attack, minus +1 because he's using a javelin, so 21. And then you've got 5, so he'll hit you for 16, and I'm sure he won't double you. Even though I didn't look at the speed values, there's no way they gave him 18 speed on this guy. Yeah, not even close. So, you could just do it with Edward instead. Edward attacks from the square one right of Nolan, like below the guy. And then Nolan leaves. Assuming you hit. To vacate that square for Micaiah, who can hit him from there behind Edward. Or you could even have him like walk in front of the boss and heal, yeah. %100 chance.
Come on.
Oh yeah, I guess you don't have a convoy too, so if someone drops something, you want to make sure you have space to pick it up. Drop! Oh, come on.
Yo, thanks, Josie.
That's not going to be
0.
anything. You don't have your Thaney book on Micaiah yet, Soth is holding it. He should probably go right, shouldn't he? Yeah, and like hop up underneath.
$76.
She'll still do damage with her thing. I don't know if she can, you know, take a hit at all.
I
And also
doubt it.
these guys are down there. 18. Nope. Oh, no one's in range of that one guy. Sacrifice lets her sacrifice her own meager HP pool to heal other people. Which is kind of interesting because, like, I don't know, there's a good chance she dies in one hit anyway, so what does she need her HP for?
Sure. There we
Well,
go.
that's a really good dodge and hit. Yeah, he is going to go for Nolan. And that guy didn't go for Soth.
Support.
Oh yeah, they've got a support. I forgot about that. A-rank supports from the previous game via transfer data will manifest as bonds, which are like built-in supports. Really weird that it just says you get a bonus of 10. Oh, okay, no, it's critical and dodge. So Sova and Micaiah get 10% chance to crit. Far into the game? No, I think this is what,
Not
the
at
third
all.
chapter?
Yeah. Chapter 2 with the prologue.
God, I love the huge team effort required to take this guy down.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
That's perfect, isn't it? Oh wait, you can steal from him? Hold on.
Yeah.
What does he got? Oh, you can
Nothing?
steal his vulnerary.
Honorary.
Wouldn't be the worst idea, honestly, considering how much you're chugging him.
Like, do you get like more inventory slots?
Yeah.
7?
Mm-hmm. Path of Radiance technically had 8 slots, but half of them were designated for items and half for weapons.
Right.
Bought the game on Wii because you knew prices would skyrocket, but never played it. Yeah, I talked about it right at the beginning of the stream, before most people showed up. I was like on vacation, and we stopped at a mall, and I saw this game just on the shelf. And I had known about, I played Fire Emblem 7 on the GBA and loved it, and then didn't hear anything else about the series really for a while. So it was like kind of surprising to be like, oh, they still make these, and there's one on the Wii, I guess. So as a sort of impulse buy, I picked it up, not realizing that it would go on to be like a $100 game or whatever. Oh, Leonardo. Still have Path of Radiance 2, which I think is like a $300 game right now.
Strength speed.
Nice. He can't even use it, he doesn't have the rank. Dang. Oh wow, you can use both of those, huh?
Is this like a magic sword?
Yeah, I think so. Like, definitely in the previous game, it keyed off of your magic stat instead of strength. I think it might be the same in this game. Bought Radiant Dawn for 80 pounds. Dang.
We did it.
First try.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I really wouldn't. I wouldn't feel too bad about it. I think it actually might be the hardest part of the game early on.
Three marks time.
So I guess it is time. I recall GameStop noticed prices for Guitar Man were high and commissioned a reprint explicitly to sell in stores as used to exploit the high used prices.
What?
Wow. Oh, that's gross.
That's scummy.
It's Amy. She sold us items in the last game.
Ilyana.
Oh. Ilyana's kind of strange because there's a lot of separate parties and sort of separate stories in this game that converge. In some rare cases, there's a character who can kind of go down one with go through the story with one group or the other. And Ilyana is one of these characters, so I think it's like critical in the speedrun that they give Ilyana like a bunch of items to hold so that she can bring over to the other part of the game and have them do stuff. It's like it's sadly like the most notable thing about her in this game, I think. Oh, this is cute. I didn't realize that they're like the support system is more like in terms of how you gain support points is a little more robust, I guess. I don't even really fully understand what I'm looking at, but you get different amounts of points for being adjacent to someone, but also points for shoving them, for healing them, and for carrying them.
For shoving them? What?
No, neither of us has played Three Houses.
No.
I've played Awakening. That's the most recent Fire Emblem I've played.
Hey, Big Pharma. Always with the food.
Let's not forget her amazing A support with Mordecai will carry over to this game as a +5 bond.
Oh, hell yeah.
She's basically the same as the previous game, I guess. She's extremely frail, but will be able to do will just be able to chunk enemies the way that a lot of mages always can. Doesn't give you a lot of return on investment if you decide to pump her full of experience, though. Is Leonardo still holding that Draco shield?
I think so.
This is like the part of the game where that 2 defense would make the
Yeah,
most
I was
difference.
just thinking about those. Difference to who?
Basically anyone, really. If you want to use Edward, then he could really use it. If you want to use Micaiah, she could really use it. If you want to use Nolan, even he could make use of it. Leonardo doesn't get as much use out of it, but like he probably wouldn't have got one shot by that guy on that previous map if he had, right? So even he's not a terrible idea. Anyone you think you'd like to try and make stick around could get it. And the energy drop is basically the same thing. I would say Edward and Leonardo in particular are hurting for their strength more often, right? Because they're more likely to be double attacking. They just need a little bit more damage to actually be getting kills. Whereas Nolan, once he gets the speed to start double attacking, his strength is fine. He's not going to need more strength to get into one rounding. Lots to consider here.
Consider, man.
Yeah, it is a rough map too, right? There's just all these guys looking at you from the sides. There's no choke points, and everyone is frail, right? Anyone you move, you have to make sure that they're not in range of more than one guy probably, or they're in danger of dying. But what's good and bad about supports in this game is that everyone can support with everyone. What's bad about it is that there are no unique stories that happen between the characters, basically. I think they've all got this really pre-canned, like, this is my first response, like, this is my first question, this is my first answer, and then it's over. Like, the story and character development part of it is just completely gone in this game.
You got steel weapons now.
That's kind of nasty. Even Nolan can't go traipsing off into a group of, like, even 3 guys would be risky, probably. Like, that might be risky.
9.
Yeah, you could take the bush. What's Edward? What's he looking at? He's gonna be one guy. One guy's gonna hit him.
He's got some trees. He'll be good.
Yeah. Well, I think the big armor guy's gonna walk up and hit him, and he's gonna hit the armor guy back for basically nothing. So that'll feel bad. But he will survive. He will survive. Yeah, yeah. Whoa.
Whoa.
Just these rapidly overlapping musical themes.
Defense paying off.
God, he chunked Nolan really hard. Are you gonna do any damage? Oh,
Oh, a little bit.
wow.
More guys.
Oof. I think you've sent Sode the wrong way.
I just sent him that way to trade, dude.
All clear over here, guys.
Oh boy.
So the awkward part here is that Nolan doesn't really want to stand where he is and kill that guy because all these other guys are going to come up and give him the business, right?
Mhm.
So that means basically no one can kill that guy. Maybe if someone, hold on, you might be able to use Micaiah or Ilyana to kill that guy, but I need to check the movement ranges of the guys below. Can any of them hit that top square? Who's got a javelin? Top guy's got a javelin?
Mhm.
Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Does he move 6? Oh, he only needs to move 5. Never mind. Okay. It's not a safe square.
Is this the game there was a button to like highlight all the guys
Oh, maybe.
or something?
No. I think it's
Not in this
Shadow
game?
Dragon. Okay, wait. I do have something. Micaiah's holding that hand axe, right?
Yeah.
Alright, it's a little complicated, but I think if she hits this sword guy from 2 squares to the left, and then wait, who do we want to heal here? Because I think if she's 2 squares to the left of that sword guy, she can't be touched by these guys below, I think. So... Oh, no, I lied. Okay.
You learn.
Damn it. There's just no winning.
It's no winning.
A difficulty curve because kind of hot, hard, easy, hard. Yeah, I'd agree with that overall. You used everyone's turn, so like you just have to figure this out with Nolan. But like it's not good. Okay, what you need to check is see if this guy will one-shot Micaiah or Laura or Ilyana. Gotta look at his stats here.
24?
And 10
that's
speed.
a yes.
Well, you gave her that thing. There's no way she has, what, 7 defense? Nope. Yeah, he will kill them.
Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah. This seems like the best thing.
I can move up and like block the hole.
Well, you're gonna take even more hits from these guys, I think, because I think some of them are not in range of Nolan right now. Maybe. Guy at the bottom. Nope. He is. Okay. Well, in this case, you might even want to leave him where he is just so that Javelin guy can hit Leonardo, and then probably doesn't kill him, right? We need to check that. But like one less attack on Nolan here will help, I think. And then the other thing that's good about this is he gets the extra avoid from the bush.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what the turn order was going to look like there.
Do these two play the game?
No.
He's got
I mean,
55 health.
They will potentially get themselves killed.
15 defense?
Do you recognize that guy?
I feel like yes, but also no.
I don't think it's a spoiler at this point, given they give you his name. That's Kurth, the Prince of the Dragon Lagoos. He helped you out when your boat got stuck.
Oh.
So, there's a named guy on the other team. I need to look up what his deal is. I think you might talk to him with Laura. Yeah. Who is not in range. So that could be bad. I wonder if you want to start thinking about like a shove chain to shove Laura close enough to talk to Aaron there.
Dude, Samus over here. It's a lot of shoving.
1, 2, 3 shoves. But she's so light that, oh wait, we can't shove her off the wall. It's like a Sokoban game. She's stuck up again. Shit. That's too much shoving. All right, then you need some kind of plan that involves preferably not killing.
Not murder.
Yeah, you can see the problem with Ilyana. We're like, she's just a little bit shy, and her hit rate with Thunder Magic is not the best. Naga does look a lot like Soren, to be fair. Critical. There are so many guys outside.
There's a lot of guys outside. That's a door?
Yeah, I thought you saw that.
Not at all.
When you went over there and you killed a guy, he dropped a door key.
I did see that.
Get him. Got a javelin too. How annoying.
It's very annoying.
Yeah, this is tricky too, because I'm not sure if this is one of these situations where, like, if you leave a clear path, he'll walk up and talk to Laura himself, or if he'll walk up and kill her. sounds so bad. It is you.
Oh, bother.
And then shove. She can only shove it now. So Aaron is he's kind of like Nethany was in the other game, right? He's one of these same soldier guys, and so like her, he's well-rounded. You can see strength, skill, speed, defense, all about the same. Doesn't really excel at anything. What's kind of notable about him is his 11 base defense or whatever you can see is a good deal higher than a lot of other people. So his HP isn't very high, but he can still be someone who can absorb hits for you in a way that very few people can on the Dawn Brigade.
Do these empty bars show like their gross or their maximums or something?
That's their caps, yeah.
Caps.
Which are only for, I think, the class that they're currently in. So, like, after they promote, those caps change. So, they might be lying a little bit. These are some beefy guys down here. Turns out, as amazing as So's stats are, he's still stuck with knives. That javelin really messed Edward up. And you had to use Laura to talk to Aaron, so
what the heck?
If you had thought about it a little more, you could have moved Edward next to the square that she would be in when she talked to him, so that she could talk and then turn around and heal.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's one of those 2 steps ahead sorts of things. Yeah, in Path of Radiance, we leaned on Titania because it was fun and easy. But in this game, like you lean on Soth because you have to. If you really, really want to, you could tiptoe your way through the game and have him never see combat, but you're just making life so much harder on yourself. Doesn't double with the steel. Doesn't double with iron. I forgot how much damage Aaron did. Strength. It's worth it, I promise. Yeah,
oh, that's not a good hit chance.
No, yeah. You hesitated a little bit, and then you were like, no, there's no other. I'm not even gonna try. 67 is good enough.
Uh-huh.
It was just like, oh, I've made a mistake, and then like, it's not like, and now the efforts to fix the mistake have begun. It was just like, well, sometimes mistakes happen.
They're going diagonal.
The crisscross.
Nice.
javelins, man. It's only a 39% chance to hit her back. That's pretty good. What's not good is that it's difficult to prevent other people from hitting her after you, like, you would need to, like, press forward a square or whatever, right? Or out of range again. Did Micaiah ever get a chance to trade Nolan that hand axe?
No.
Yeah, that's a nifty thing for him to have. When I was thinking about that play where she was 2 squares to the left of a guy or whatever, part of that was that she was in a position to trade him the hand axe.
Ooh.
That's pretty good. She'll fuck up the boss too. He's on a horse. Thaney does bonus damage against that too.
Boom.
Deep up. Steel? Wait, steel what?
Steel lance? What? How do you
The
know?
steel prompt popped up.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
Oh. I didn't realize you could steal weapons. You can't steal their equipped weapon, but that's fucking awesome.
It's just not equipping the better weapon.
I mean, I guess it's sort of debatable what the better weapon is.
True.
But yeah, I guess if they got an extra weapon and you're fast enough, you can just take it. What's the boss got?
Discipline.
Oh, he doesn't drop that. Yeah, so if you want that, you gotta steal it.
And it tells me exactly what it does. That's great.
I don't even know what the discipline skill is. I'm sure it means nothing at all.
It sounds like it's pretty garbage.
I bet you get extra weapon rank or something. Increases rate of gaining weapon experience. Yeah, called it. Biorhythm also is still marginal. I think Xuno was saying that it has more of an effect in this game, but
Damn, this guy's all volmed up.
may receive a penalty or bonus to hit, avoid, and skill activation, as well as chance of finding hidden items.
Do you just steal it? There was no, like, roll for see if you can do it or not?
No, you just get it. It's if your speed is faster, maybe like a certain amount faster, like doubling or whatever, then you can do it. So it's plus 10 hit, plus 10 avoid, plus 10 skill activation, and then plus 20% chance of finding hidden items on like the one desert map in the game or whatever. Is the max, and then like at it goes to plus 5 and 0, and then minus 5 and minus 10. Hold on, Nolan. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Holy shit. And then for some reason, I guess there's like a tree there. I thought it was just grass right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Then I wonder if he would have survived that hit, even if he didn't dodge.
Mm-hmm. I didn't anticipate the diagonal through the tree there.
Micaiah in range to hit that boss? It's extremely risky. I'm just curious if she's able to, like, one random. Yeah, just to fucking blow him away.
100%.
And then there's the javelin guy. Gotta make sure he's not able to pick her or anyone else off or whatever. But that seems like a good move to me.
I'll talk.
Well, it's working out pretty good that we went down and killed that javelin guy for this book in the last map.
Yeah?
She is getting none of her supporting stats of like speed and defense and stuff. It's just magic, magic, magic. She's gonna nuke people really hard. And then crumple at the slightest bit of adversity. Leonardo.
Hey, man.
Hey, buddy. Aaron's here. He's not. You can't. He's not quite. Okay. You can't even shove Aaron. Okay, so Nolan takes how much damage from how many guys if he moves to that square that you keep highlighting?
Yeah, I think I just gonna move him here and not attack. You don't like
Even
it?
even that is. I just want to see some numbers, you know.
It's a couple squares.
I need the stats.
On what?
I guess I don't know what order they're gonna move in. I don't know if Axe Guy or this Sword Knight is gonna move up first. Oh, he's got a hand axe? Oh. All four of these guys can hit Nolan. And I'm sure he can't survive all four. So maybe a better question to ask is, can Javelin Guy one-hit Micaiah? Or is it okay if
No.
she's in range of him?
That's okay, that's 18.
So then this could be the turn where Nolan trades her for the hand axe and hangs out.
Okay.
You can even equip the hand axe, like put it in your top slot so that you'll counterattack this javelin guy if he decides to hit you. Give me that one, Matt. Yeah, it's also possible they don't move at all. There's a lot of factors to consider. God, his hit rate's really bad.
Yeah, it's really bad.
He is using a javelin, which doesn't have good hit rate, but... And that guy's in a bush. That's really not what you want to see.
Oh!
Oh! Okay.
Yeah. That sucks.
Uh...
That sucks?
Like, you can shove Leonardo closer and he can get hits on one of them, but he's not gonna kill them. Do you even have the ability to direct where they go? Like, does Micaiah
Yeah.
have a yellow option to be like, come here?
Yeah.
So you could have done that and you didn't. Okay. So it's at least partially on us.
Do we lose if they die?
I think there's a very good chance that we do.
So we just lost, right?
Well, she's got 25 health, right?
Who?
These guys just Amy.
Hmm.
And then Kurth Naga has got like 50 or whatever, right? So like
He's fine, yeah.
She's got 12 speed, so she's not going to get doubled. And her avoid rate isn't complete garbage. So... Oh yeah, there are game over conditions. A. Any ally dies.
Anyone? Anyone at all?
Any ally. The other option, escape. Like, is there some insane way to charge forwards and have Micaiah escape this turn right now? Is the other option. And that looks really hard to do.
Uh-huh.
You would have to shove her like 4 times or something.
And kill 2 guys.
Yeah, and So's not even in range of... You can get the armor guy.
Probably not even.
Probably not even.
With the crit
Yeah.
or something.
No, okay. So that's not happening. I'm wondering, like, if it's possible for us to put someone in range of just one of these 2 guys back here, who also like has bad stats or whatever, or like won't counterattack and can absorb one of these 2 hits. Just dangle some bait in front of him, basically. Like Leonardo. Okay, is there a square that the sword guy can reach that the bow guy cannot? Yes. And then will Leonardo die to the sword guy in 1 round of combat?
17? No?
14 speed. 14 speed. 14 speed. No, he won't get doubled. So, if you move
So you wanna
Leonardo
put
to
him,
that
like,
one...
here?
Yes. Then there's a chance... that, oh god, there's an archer on the other side of the wall. Can they attack over
Wait.
that wall? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay. Then there's... Now you've given the AI a chance to fuck this up and be okay. Now I think you just need to make sure, like, So charges over there to clean up some people and probably someone else too.
They get there. It's our turn, and then ally turn, and then enemy turn, right?
I think that's right.
I can, like, direct him this way a little bit.
Yep. You don't get to tell them exactly where to go, so it'll be a bit of a mystery where they end up. Something like that's probably good. Edward's been healing in this bush for so long.
It
Alright,
just
fine.
doesn't matter.
Get over here. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
You can hand axe over that tree.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah, Nolan's got the biorhythm.
Ah, the biorhythm, of course.
Axe versus lance is another.
Oh, he's
plus
got
10s.
the bad biorhythm. Oh man.
Yeah. Like if you were neutral, or even if the biorhythms were going the other way for both of you, and you were using the lance and he had the axe, then it would go from 90 to 30% chance to hit.
With the biorhythms?
Yeah. Well, he didn't go for Leonardo and he fucking critter.
Cool.
Oh, it's not
Oh,
over.
you can go through the wall. What?
How come it didn't...
Is it gonna?
Well, like, what does that mean? Do you just, like, not get to buy items for this playthrough? Like, I've never...
What? Lose bonus experience?
And I wasn't sure what it meant by ally.
Defeat any ally dice.
I don't know how Kurth ended up over there, but he absorbed a hit from Leonardo. I was aware that ally was ambiguous on that screen. But I don't know, it just seemed really likely to me that they wouldn't give you this person in your care and have it not be a lose condition.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering that, just like, I don't know, Leonardo, if he dies, then it's all over, right? Like, if that's where the bar is, then yeah, of course this NPC needs to be guarded. A 100 bonus experience. Just went in with the hand axe. These have been some pretty bad level ups from our boy Nolan.
He's on par for being an Oscar.
The great thing about Nolan, though, is that he is a major contributor in this early part of the game, even if he got like no stats, right? Like
Yeah.
his base stats just make him very helpful no matter what. I don't even want to think about what playing this game would be like if you just never got to buy or store items. I can't believe they're doing this to us again. At least fucking Soth is here this time.
There's just like a
there's
tree
even
in
a
the
tree.
way.
Oh, that's beautiful. Fuck you guys. But yeah, not having a big inventory to like store items in, not being able to sell things like the gems you get that are worth money. I guess you wouldn't even be able to buy anything, so money wouldn't mean anything. You would have to find all of your weapons. No forging, none of that.
There you go, no convoy challenge mode playthrough.
It's probably a thing. I sorta did that with FE8. Yeah, you would have to play very unconventionally, right? Like you would have to leave a bunch of guys alive just so that you understand your I said the wrong word and then lost my train of thought completely. Just so you preserve your weapon durability. Just fighting less guys.
Didn't understand how the world map worked.
I think like basically all the chapters take place in locations in the world, and then you can move around to those locations afterwards. And like some of them have shops, and they sell different stuff. We thought he might have soft locked himself on chapter 15, so a couple of my friends and I replicated his save file from the VODs and tried to beat it ourselves. That's amazing. I've had that sort of idea before where you stick someone in a sticky situation and it's like a puzzle to try to figure out how to get out of it. Using the Hamiran staff on a javelin? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I know that YouTube channel that engineers softlocks. Picasperi, I think it is, who does it. Has a series called Softlock Picking. It's all about like different creative ways to softlock the game, and then some in-depth analysis on like, well, are you actually softlocked, or what can you do to get out?
Yeah, totally. This guy didn't walk forward today.
I think he was mostly a Pokemon content creator, so the first couple are all about ways you can fuck yourself in Pokemon. Because you need Pokemon that know HM moves to navigate the world.
And you can just like
also
ditch them and trade them and do stuff like that.
Yep. And they try to put some protections in place to prevent you from really screwing yourself. Like, I think it's like your last Pokemon who has an HM move or something. You'll try to release them from the PC, and it'll just be like, "Whoop! They came back."
They came back. Dog just found his way back on his own.
I like the one where your only Pokemon is like a Geodude and its only move is Explosion. And you gotta do stuff like you gotta level it up to level 100, because otherwise it could like level up and then learn a new move, and it's like, okay, I gotta count for that. These guys finally woke up, huh? Good dodge. Just still more guys back there. When you see those reinforcements pop out up there, that's when you know you've taken too long on the map.
Yeah.
That's when it's like, I'm not getting much bonus experience on this one. But I don't think you're doing like particularly badly. Like it really is just this tough in the early game in this one.
Defense? Strength?
Strength. You have a 79% chance to hit this guy who has a sword. That's pretty good. Emily Brooks has got the Ilyana emote.
He's ready.
Emily be always hungry.
Always hungry.
Longbow.
Ooh, it's long.
Gotta love the unnecessary critical. Alright, it's just a lone archer guy trapped, so anyone can just walk up and wail on him. Everybody out. I think this is bonus experience when you do this.
Think so?
You get 25. 25 for every person who escapes.
What about this guy? See another 100?
100, yeah. And then also, starting at 10 turns, there's a decaying bonus experience that starts at 160 and then goes down by what? If your turn count exceeds the number, then the experience is halved. Oh, and if it exceeds the bracketed number, no bonus experience is obtained at all. That's pretty harsh. So if you had done this in 10 turns, you would get 150, 160 experience. And as long as you do it before turn 15, you still get 80. So that 80 is worth more than Edward's 25 or whatever. So you should have her... Oh, but the 100, though.
The 100, though.
That's worth more, I guess. Okay. That's a shame. And we're one turn off of 80 bonus experience. Well, I guess I don't know, actually, if you escape on 15, what that is going to do. Tie goes to the runner.
Thank you all so much for your bravery. Yeah. Remember George?
I'll never forget him.
The desert.
The Desert of Death. Whoop. She just
Destiny.
did some Farseeing, I think.
Future. That one took a while.
Yeah, that was hard fought. For all kinds of reasons. Protecting the NPCs, the hot start with a lot of enemies and no cover.
Ooh.
The bottom left corner of the map was pretty tricky. There's a lot of ranged attackers down there. One, two, three. Hello. It's Meg.
One of us.
You can help me by handing me my crutches in the corner. I need them to walk now. That's our spiel.
They don't actually carry rare weapons, do they?
No, I don't think so.
They actually do?
Well, like, what are we talking about when we say rare weapons?
Each chapter has its own unique stock of rare stuff.
Oh, he takes those coins, those like weird $1 coins or whatever from the other game.
Oh
He does
yeah, we
something with
brought
them.
those with us, right?
Just watch in the desert. Oh, they will all be here? Oh, wow.
Yo.
I did not know that was a thing at all.
Terms.
I like when a game's just like, you know what? We got a lot of proper nouns in our game. If you ever just need help with some of those.
Mhm. It's weird to see terms without and conditions. What is this screen?
This is where you can have some people support with other people. There's very few restrictions on who can support with who.
Yeah?
If any, I think.
Is there like only a certain amount you can do?
Yes. You get 5.
Still get 5?
Which is a major restriction that I did not mention in the list of restrictions.
Uh-huh. No, that's not right?
It's a pretty complicated system.
You can only support
you
one
can-
person at a time.
Mm-hmm. The way this phrases it is, buddies can be deleted.
What?
So the
You
characters
lose-
can support with
oh.
a different character.
You only get
However-
one?
You lose all your supports.
Huh.
After supporting, the two characters will have the option to initiate a basic support conversation during the beginning of a chapter.
So what if Edward supports Micaiah? Is it just like, is it one way? Is it not reciprocal?
Any?
It's right here, right?
Oh, I think what she has with Soth is a bond, and this would be like a buddy.
Oh boy. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh, it just tells you straight up, huh? 3 hit, 10 avoid. That's nice.
Yeah. It's nice.
You don't really know exactly why it's those numbers in this relationship in particular. Their element, like Edward's holy and Micaiah's dark or whatever, and they all have stuff
Exploration
associated
and
with
support.
Oh. Yeah, probably don't do that.
Okay.
Micaiah and Soth are forced together on a lot of maps. And it would take a while to get back up to A support, probably.
So all that's left is Leo? Alright, man. Hey, that's 1 attack, 1 defense. That ain't
It's not
nothing.
bad at all. That's not bad at all.
I take those.
So the light element, rather, that Edward has gets half a defense and 2.5 accuracy. And then I guess that's being rounded up to Leonardo is water, which is half attack, half defense. Okay, so you're getting 1 full defense, half an attack, and 2.5 accuracy, which is being rounded up to 113.
Look at all that experience.
So bonus levels are
You can
different
go
in this
over, you can
game.
go like 2 levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always get 3 stats. No more, no less.
Oh.
So this is better and worse in some cases, right? If you had someone with phenomenal growths who is likely to gain 6 stats, only getting 3 is a lot worse. But if someone had terrible growths, then forcing them to get 3 is good, right? The other thing that happens is that you always get 3, and the stats that you gain are more likely to be the ones where you have the higher growth. So if you've got a really great skill growth, then you're likely to gain skill more so than the other stats. But if you cap skill, then you can't gain any more skill. So it'll move on to like
It
a
moves?
different
Ooh.
stat. So there are some characters who pretty easily cap, like skill and speed are pretty common, right? And so for those characters, when you start bonus experience leveling them up, you can kind of start forcing them to have way more like strength or defense or something than they would normally get. And it's really powerful in that way.
So you would kind of want to like level those guys up normally, and then once they cap, you can dump bonus experience on or something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
As a general approach, yeah. But there's also like, you know, there's a lot of value in giving, you know, Leonardo and Edward more strength or whatever right now, or getting Nolan more speed right now, right? So you gotta weigh that up. He finally didn't gain the strength.
It's a
I'm
lot
worried
of-
about Nolan. He's not had some good levels. And
How's
he's
Meg?
gonna. Oh, she's yeah, I haven't talked about her at all, huh? She's along with Leonardo a candidate for the worst in the game.
Okay.
Poor Meg.
Poor Meg.
People say that she's explicitly in the game as like a joke character. They're like, I mean, look at her, and I'm like, well, that's mean. Shut up. She's fine. Jesus. Anyway, she's got like a decent defense or whatever, so if you need someone to run up and take a hit, then she can do that. But yeah, like Dark Eye said, she has less defense than Aaron, so she's not even good at being a physical wall, and that's the only thing she's even close to being useful for. Strength is good.
I guess you can like do this.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how the math shakes out on the 3 stats thing. Like, how often is that more likely to be better or worse than a character's level up or whatever? Like, I don't know when the scale tips.
All right.
Oh, you never stole that guy's discipline skill. Dang.
No.
Oh well.
Oh wow.
I think there's going to be a reason for someone to have a chest key on the next map, if I remember right. Nolan seems like a pretty good candidate.
This is kind of the same as last time.
Yeah, I don't think you're limited to 1 per chapter. Maybe? I don't remember. Maybe you are.
Is bronze like even worse than iron? Yeah.
Yeah. But it's really light.
Oh, here we go.
ahead. There's the rare stuff. That is pretty good. There's a couple maps where you are forced to fight a lot of really strong Laguz enemies. I think it's a knife. I think it might only be for Soth. Yeah. Which is like, it's a little bit overkill because Soth is Soth, but there are maps where even he will really appreciate the extra damage on it. And then hand axes and javelins are always nifty, I think. L-Light is if you're tired of Micaiah being a little bit short on getting kills or whatever, but that's a lot of money for a bit of extra damage on him. This doesn't really matter too much. I feel like you already are healing almost everyone's health with the regular heal. Yeah, it's just Aaron.
Just him. I don't know. He kind of sucks with lances, anyways.
Nah, I can't forge hand axes yet. A mighty axe.
A mighty axe. It's only 40 gold for one wave.
You save a lot of money when you go down a little bit, huh?
Just a little bit.
Leonardo, how much strength does he have? Is he losing speed on any of his... 11. Not really, right? Steel bow weighs
Just take me to the menu, dude.
10. Yeah, no. So, like, forging a lightweight weapon doesn't seem to be meaningful for basically anyone right now, I think. It would just be about having more power and more hit.
I don't know. I think we're good.
All right.
And what is this? I'm having a vision. I'm seeing into the future. I think we're gonna stand up and like take a break.
Waterfalls flow at the
That's
cliff's
right.
edge. Yeah, all right. I'll make that prophecy come true. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back in a few minutes and find out what's going on in the desert of death.
All right. See you soon. Hello, hello?
Hello, hello.
Alrighty. What's up, Mard? Something need doing.
Ready to work. Yes, my lord. Yes. 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 Yes, my lord. That's Warcraft 1, I think it is, or maybe 2. It's literally, there's only like 3 voice lines, and 2 of them are yes, yes. Stop poking me! Dagu.
Alright, so we're getting the desert mission out of the way early on this one, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I like how they got this whole thing where, oh, he looks up to Ike so much. Oh, the commander taught me so much.
And we never
Or like-
used him?
Never even considered
Not even
taking him
once.
off the bench. Like in my head canon, Ike doesn't remember who he is. Right, yeah, he never actually was deployed on any single mission because he joins in like a base conversation. Pain. Now, Micaiah, I think it's pretty cool that you were able to like wave your hand and summon our entire army onto the battlefield. That's cool. Question: why did you put us in the middle of the map, surrounded by all the enemies?
That's a good point.
Yeah. This is a tough mission. The Goos are all incredibly strong. You know, Nolan can take like a hit, and Soth can take a couple. Basically, everyone else will get murdered. So you have to be very defensive, make great use of choke points.
Yikes.
The bosses are very strong. Yeah.
Just this pile of gold and treasure. Miscellaneous.
Can people die yet? I feel like yes, but I've been surprised by that so far, so. We can check the victory conditions, I suppose. Nope. Just Micaiah and Soth. For these glowing pots, if you stand adjacent to them, you get healed a little bit.
Jar. Alright, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so he can fight him.
It's not that bad.
And you can
beast
even murder them
killer.
with that thing. Yeah, but like, even this thing, like it's only got 20 uses, and there is another map where it will be very good. You might be able to get like a second one on this map or something. So, you know, use it if you need to use it. But if you don't need to use it, then use something else.
Nice try, Leo.
Didn't he have it with 13? Am I
Yeah.
crazy?
No, he had it.
You just meant like nice tried, actually trying to earn experience. And
That's right.
become a contributing member
Ooh,
of
there we go.
our team. Okay,
Yeah, that was 5 instead of 3.
that's true. No speed though. She needs speed, and she just hasn't gotten any of it. There's a wall you can smash down, I think, in the top part of the room you started in somewhere, I think. Yeah. Those two walls there. I don't think it's a good idea. And in fact, I think the enemies might come in and try to knock it down themselves, but I just want you to know that's a thing.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that.
It might be a good move. Like I think there's a good case for sending Soth up that way to just get at the bosses.
Just do some murder.
Yeah, that's one approach to this map for sure. I don't think any of them have ranged attacks.
These guys work the same? They got like a bar and they transform?
Yeah. It's a little different in that they're literally twice as strong when they are transformed now.
Oh.
So that's a bigger difference.
Eggs here.
Uh-huh. God, he two shots the wall. Wow.
Oh!
Boy, am I glad that he only took 7 damage and not like 16 or something, because we would have actually saw 2 rounds of combat there. Oh, hello. Wow, 6 healing from the pots, not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
You gotta go for the 87.
Bang. What's up, Craxton? Let's get lucky. Big money, no whammy. Alright, alright. We'll give him one. So can I just hit him over the wall? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about this guy in the back, like when he transforms. Like I don't know how the bar plays out. Like does it fill the bar, then he transforms, and then he can go, right? Like is there a world where he knocks down the wall, guy in the back transforms, runs forward, and kills Micaiah, right? Is that the world we could find ourselves living in? I don't know.
Don't know.
I forget the order of operations. It'll be a quick restart if that's what happens, but I just want you to know. Yeah, it's weird too because there's this element of like wanting to kill the guys who are not transformed, so like that would want you to push forward, but then the guys who are transformed are just hanging out behind, and they will be a problem. He doesn't even have an iron axe, huh? Just steel in hand.
I guess
Never
so.
noticed that.
Do.
Oh, that guy's got legs. God damn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the boss. He got a lot of experience there, and he didn't even get a kill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh, yep. GG. Go next.
All right.
Lucky for the wrong team. It wasn't though, like it... It's not like we needed a bad roll or something. I'm pretty sure that guy had 100% chance to do enough damage to kill her, for sure.
Meg wasn't there to stop him, that's right.
He does have the fortune skill. So I think Leonardo's cancel skill is the one that prevents people from counterattacking after. Five stats? No, but she did get speed and magic. I think she got defense last time though. Dang.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, well. I wonder if these Lagoos double attack Aaron. What's their speed looking like? That gray tiger up there. Nope, not even close. So you could have Aaron be the guy who stands in front of the gap in the wall and doesn't die in one hit if you need him to be. And I guess he could be throwing javelins also every now and then.
I guess we could play it like that.
Because he's hitting this wall for 22. Yeah. I think you do full damage to stuff like walls. Exacxies. So the cats aren't worth much experience, but the tigers are worth a pretty big chunk. Or rather, the cats are worth like normal experience, it seems. That or the tigers just one level higher, and one level means a lot, because I think Lagoos only go up to level 20. Or 30 or something. They're very weird in this game because they don't promote. Now, if you really want to do nothing, you could trade Aaron his iron lance instead of his javelin to preserve his javelin or whatever, but yeah, it's probably more useful to do something with Leonardo or Laura. Or Edward. Cancel's such a weird skill for an archer to have. Like, you're so much more likely to be hitting a melee guy who can't fight back anyway.
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering how heavy javelins are, and how slowed down Aaron gets when he's holding one. It's probably fine.
11.
Weight 11. He's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. Now we took like no damage this time.
Yeah. Because Soth ended up perfectly fighting that cat and killing it, it got targeted. He got targeted by the other tiger that ran in, and then dodged that hit. Yeah, you can take people's skills off in this game. But you don't want to flop them around willy-nilly, because when a character comes with a skill and they have it innately, it doesn't count towards their max capacity, so you know, that's an advantage if it's a character you like or a skill you like or whatever.
Oof.
Strength.
Strength.
He can only take one hit. I was wondering if he'd be able to take two. Actually, I wonder, since he's got javelins, I wonder if it's Meg who can be the one to be standing there taking the one hit over and
Yeah.
over.
Well, he's taking his hit.
God, she might even get a kill. Well, the hit
Yeah,
rate's not
wow.
really- like, even if she does have the damage. Oh, she's got a 100% chance to hit. Well, at this point, it's all about, do you want Meg to get all the experience from killing this thing? Actually, I guess she's going to get it either way. Actually, you have to kill him, because otherwise she's going to get hit twice.
Huh. That was a lot of actuallys.
Yeah, I went through a lot of moments there. But I'm glad I realized in the end that, like, oh, this character dies if you don't do this one thing, so we know exactly what we have to do.
Oh.
He like, punches you back for, like, kind of decent damage.
Yeah, what?
In fact, now I'm a little bit worried that he's going to attack you on his turn and you're going to kill him, and then the tiger is going to be in range and he'll run in and punch, and then that'll hurt. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You might even need to heal him with Laura. So what's kind of tricky about this is that the goal is to kill all the enemies, but there's this treasure that you might want, and at some point it's literally hard to like get the treasure without killing everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly it's this boss in the top left. There's like a treasure
Just
chest
treasure
behind
in
him.
all the corners, except this one. Except the one way I went.
Pretty much. And I don't know exactly how close you have to get before the boss moves towards you, right? Because this top right boss was not in range to attack, but he still started moving, so
Mm-hmm.
that's just kind of ambiguous.
What?
Converse. I don't remember if you can converse and heal. I think there's a good chance you probably could, but... Edward's in this
No one's
spot
got the
where
chest key.
You gotta decide if you want to leave Edward within range of this tiger or not. I think he'll probably be... Well, you definitely don't want Leonardo in range of the tiger, which is currently where he is. I can't wait to see this crew of just like
It's totally ragtag.
mediocrity in the middle, just march from north through this hole.
I don't know what to do with this guy.
Well, you can't go too far forward. You don't want to go in range of the boss.
Uh-huh.
So it's a question of, do you want the tiger to attack and get killed by Soth, or do you want to give that to Edward by leaving Edward in range? Inside that range, but outside boss range.
Why doesn't it show that he moves anywhere?
Because he doesn't actually attack anything, I guess, so he doesn't actually have an attack range.
Oh.
You can just check how many squares he moves. I don't think he's able to transform then move. Like, I think he has to move, transform, then attack. So whatever his movement is right now should only be the number of squares he can go. I think. Like, I think you'd be okay right there. I think. Now I'm wondering if Soth's okay. That crit's nice. Oh, the Wrath. Didn't need it. But I didn't think about that. Oh, what a strengthy boy.
Hell yeah. Strengthy
He is not-
speedy.
Has he got a single defense level up?
I don't think so.
This guy just ran up and said hello.
Yeah, what? Hey.
Ooh. Unless that says
Can you do
100.
it? It
It's
does.
100.
But, yeah?
That's 100. That plan is okay. Looks risky, but I'm pretty sure it is completely solid. Hey, there, your razor.
A 99.
Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't even like a big priority to give that kill to someone else, right? Because Soth would have actually got a decent amount of experience for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you gave all those boss kills to Titania, she was like gained like 7 levels before anyone had promoted.
I guess this group of guys is just done on a...
Kinda, yeah. You don't really want them going towards the boss, so... Unless you want to bring them all the way down and around to help deal with this tiger and that tiger. Oh, that's so annoying. It's only a 72% chance, and if you miss it, he's got a very high chance to hit you and then on his turn finish you off exactly with the 30 damage he needs to take away your 30 hit points.
That sucks.
And what's this guy's? Oh, he's almost gonna untransform.
Oh. Wait, is he?
I think it goes down.
Does it go
And it
down
counts-
like on
it
his
counts-
turn?
I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he can definitely move there. Okay, so. Oh, this is bad all around. This is.
Uh-oh.
How much damage does he do? Is it the same damage as the other tiger? 24.
Is this the same? Uh-oh.
So I guess maybe your best chance is actually to bank it on that 70-ish whatever chance to hit.
Just don't miss.
That or it's like, you know, the chance that we don't understand when the meter drains and he's gonna untransform or whatever, which is like a weird decision to factor in, but I think probably we should assume he's gonna be able to run down and bite you. Well, it's like 74% chance or something. True hit, it's probably more like 80. That's not bad. Remember when you were in that menu to forge him an iron axe with like 110% chance to hit, and then you were like, nah.
Yeah. Nah. What about this?
Oh. Well done, sir. 89 is better than 70 whatever.
There you go. There he
He
goes.
did just untransform. Oh, reinforcements. The guys in the middle got something to do, I guess.
What? Like die?
Yeah, you got a full retreat. That or start chugging vulneraries, right? When I saw Nolan get 6 health off this pot, I was like, oh, sweet. And then I thought, oh, but maybe it's percent based and it's not going to be that good for the other characters. And sure enough, Edward's only getting 4.
Alright, Meg.
You've got kind of like a surprising amount of damage here with the javelin, the bow shot, and the thunder magic, as well as Meg's little chip with the sword. Like it might be a kill, honestly. I don't know if
What was
Nolan
that?
can handle the boss up there.
Just like
here- yeah.
Oh.
It gives you something like 5 or 8 res or something, and then I think every consecutive turn it goes down by 1 until it wears off completely. If it's anything like some of the other games. It's surprisingly meaningful in certain situations. I was gonna say that leaves a kill for Edward, but he can't get past those boxes on the right, can he? So
No. Have to back up with Soth.
yeah, but what else is he gonna do, right? Like the only other thing he could do would be just get the kill himself. So yeah, that's a shame. If he had something stronger equipped, that would have been very good. Magic speed. Here's where we get into a weird situation where, like, depending on who hits with these really low chances to hit, oh boy, you just threw that, huh? Oh boy.
Well, you didn't like that?
Well, if you don't get this kill, then it
Then
gets
what?
really messy. Because Meg can't get hit. I guess she could just roll.
Just heal. No problem.
Just drink the vulnerary. Or eat it, or whatever it is. I don't understand what it is even. Is it a powder in there that you're smearing on? I don't know. Just this magic bag in Fire Emblem games that heals you. Luck and res,
Uh-oh.
okay. His first level up without strength. It's fine. Give him a break. This situation with Nolan over here is weird because you want to kill that guy, but then the boss is gonna come, and then it's like, can he handle the boss? I don't know if he can handle the boss.
Agony.
Also, you don't want the boss to... Like, you want to get at that chest behind the boss, right?
Medicinal liquid.
Liquid.
Okay, but
Now,
like, drink
does
it
that mean
or
you drink it, or... Yeah.
you vapor rub or?
You just like Resident Evil 7, just pour it over your gaping arm stump and just put your hand back on. Cat came back the very next day.
Just wouldn't stay away. Oh, I can get the chest.
Yeah. And block the hole. That's a good one.
Is that the magic? HP.
There are so many characters who could use that right now. Edward or Micaiah want it if you want to use them. Aaron wants it if you want to use him. Even Leonardo to some degree.
Well, this guy's here.
That's nice of him. Micaiah doubling this guy. I guess he is untransformed. Three stats. One, two, three, four, five, six. He's got a star for authority on his character sheet there, and I don't really know what that means. Okay.
Good for him.
Oh, I think he's got a bond with his brother. Like, I think they actually have a little
Oh.
support bonus if they're next to each other.
Mistranslation, very famous one.
What, authority?
Doodly 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 doo.
Oh, it just does something completely different. All units under his command get hit and avoid bonuses. Okay, that's a pretty sick level up for Meg. Don't get any ideas.
No? What are we gonna do about this guy? Just waiting for Saw to get over there?
Yeah, what's So's movement? 7, 8? 7, I think. So I think the boss also has 7. So I don't think you're going to be able to have him like squeak in and get the chest. What you can do is move him into range, have the boss run over and hit Sode, and then Nolan runs up and uses a chest key. But then Nolan's not going to be in range of the chest. Yeah, it's tough. You need someone who can fight the boss but not kill the boss. And basically, Sode's crit chance means that he might just kill the boss. You could check his stats. You could see if Nolan can do it. We can do this. We can get. He's got 8
He's just
strength,
doubled?
and then you zoom in on his fang and see how much might it has, which is 10. So he has 26 attack, I believe, with the double strength when he transforms. 16 plus 10. And then you've got 9 defense, so he's going to hit you for... What did I say? 26?
26.
So he's going to hit you for 17.
Yeah.
And then, oh, right, will he double you? You have
He's
11
got-
speed.
14.
Okay, and your steel axe is how heavy?
What? No,
Weight 15,
15.
so you get slowed down by 1. as long as you've got it. Or you could have the hand axe and not get slowed down at all. But steel axe is a lot better here for fighting back. With 11 speed, you go down to 10, and you said he's got 13?
14.
14. I think that means he doubles you. But not with the hand axe.
Oh, the hand axe
So,
though.
that forged hand axe would have been really good here again, huh? I think you can stand there with a hand axe and fight this guy. It's going to be a really slow battle, but I think that's a thing. We'll see if I went wrong somewhere in my math when we have to replay the whole chapter.
Hey, it's what you're here for.
Maybe he'll just like dodge. Just be like, whoosh.
Universal dodge sound.
I'm not wrong. You just want to kill a beast, huh?
Uh-huh.
You're tired of fighting all these beasts and not killing them. Here come that boy.
Ruh. It's
No
fine.
double attack. And now we can,
What was that? I just
single magic point. No HP, no skill, no speed, strength defense, but a single point in magic. Nolan, what is wrong with you?
I blinked and the level up was gone.
And we never did get that conversation off.
Nolan's a total Oscar, man.
It's a little different though, because Oscar needs to kind of grow into a good unit, and Nolan starts off as a good unit, right? He's already been more useful than Oscar ever was.
We used Oscar for the first couple
I mean,
levels.
we used him, but we didn't need to use him, right? Like, it could have been anyone else who was in there doing what he was doing.
Oh shit. Bang. Yeah.
Some of you kind of don't want to kill this guy too fast, because you still got to get, so the 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm worried about more guys coming out of the top or something.
Yeah, that could be a thing. You could drop one of these mid-battle saves. That is a thing in this game.
Sure.
It's not like a suspend that kicks you out. Oh, I did want to see what happens if you switch to your hand axe, though. If he does W. Or steel axe,
Steel
sorry.
axe. So yeah, he's got 14. Yep.
Yeah. All of the calculations were correct and important. So I'm pretty happy about how that went. Oh, he's one. Oh, you can shove him. And now he's like 2 squares away, so I guess there's some terrain stuff going on.
$3 grand.
That's a moolah. You could forge yourself a nice iron axe with that.
Ooh.
Are you at the point where Micaiah can just run up and kill this guy? Alright, you can converse and heal. Oh wait, does that like treasure box on the top left of the pot block people off?
Yeah.
Miscellaneous?
The miscellaneous. Yeah.
Alright, so there is a square where she could be hitting this guy. 13% chance to steal the experience? Okay.
Oh. Okay, see ya.
He didn't do the math. Hey,
Okay.
it's weird how low her HP is. What's her HP growth? Normally everyone's got like at least 50, normally more like 70% HP.
Has she even got an HP?
Hers is only 40. So's HP growth is 30. You! Hello! Raphael. So this isn't Rayson and this isn't Leanna.
Younger brother.
This is Nyla. And that's Volug. She's a queen.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know where Hatari is on the map or anything,
Yeah, what?
but she's a Laguz Royal, straight up. She's up there with King Kainagus and
Really?
King Tabarn, yeah.
It's off the standard map. It's just like Hawaii on the side.
They're coming with. The hero. Wong.
The history of Tellius is a history of warfare, or so the troubadours sing. It is a history of unending conflict between the Bjork and the Laguz, a history penned in blood and scarred by mistrust. The Bjork fight with the weapons of man.
Like
the
this guy's
sword,
trying to do a
the
David
axe,
Suzuki
the
impression.
lance, and the magic arts, while the Laguz, able to transform into beast, bird, and dragon, are weapons unto themselves. Both were created equally by the goddess, but neither race has ever accepted the other. The Heron Prince, Raphael.
I recently played through Diablo
the
1
Wolf
again
Queen
for some reason.
Hatari,
Just had a weird itch.
and
Yeah.
her vassal, Volug.
I really enjoy
Is
Paul
the Dawn
Iding's
Brigade's meeting
by
with these
voiceover
three
of
Laguz chance,
the books and
or
stuff you can
sign
read in
of
that
things
game
to
about
come?
like
Micaiah can only wonder.
give voice and pay heed to the stories within. These are the last stories of the Horadrim. I love his voice. He's the Colonel in Metal Gear Solid, if anyone knows that. Danger, battles, terrible sadness, and hope. Oh,
10 grand?
it's a good thing you talked to him.
I mean, he had 3 stars.
Ow.
Mm. Half shifted.
Balug's on your team.
Hey.
He's the new Mordecai. He's pretty good. Most of the Lagoos in this game are not, but he's completely unbound by the transformation mechanics or whatever. So instead of getting double bonuses, he's just always at half bonuses. And it turns out at half bonuses, he's pretty good. And he'll kind of like, if you wanted to, you can even use him for like the whole game. He's like kind of like really good right now, and he'll I don't know, he's kind of like Titania, I guess, in a lot of ways. He's not as good as she is early on in Path of Radiance, right? Where she's a literal god or whatever. But you know how at the end of the game you weren't so keen on relying on her anymore?
Sure.
Volug will end up the same. He'll be able to do stuff, but he won't be your go-to player. Remember how she died? She didn't die. She's fine now. Everything's fine. No one died.
Well, these points don't go as far.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at how much it takes to... Like, that's kind of ridiculous.
Extremely nerfed. $8,000 if you want to increase someone's magic by 2. Interesting. What is an iron? Oh, it's an iron longbow. I forgot the longbow is not just longbow. There's like different kinds of longbows. If you care about Leonardo being useful, that's pretty good for him, I guess. Spirit dust, though.
Yeah. Expensive, though. Think of how many forged weapons that could be. I love the idea of Sora being like, Micaiah, I found enough funds to fund our army across the desert. Here's $10,000. And she's like, great, I'm gonna blow this on magic powder and snort this shit.
I found some dust. Blew it on dust in the desert. Oh man. Alright, alright.
Specifically, the hit rate, I think, is what hurts Nolan. Pink. I love the idea of being like, I forged you this special weapon just for you. It should give you a bit of extra kick and fix your accuracy issues. It's like, oh, that's very thoughtful. And then you hand it to him, and it's bright neon pink. Oh. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. ...
Yeah, you can just craft a whole bunch of stuff if you wanted.
Do I want it?
Basically, anyone that you care about could use an extra kick, right? Edward could use a bit of extra damage. He's not quite one-rounding guys. Aaron needs everything. His hit rate and damage are not good. And same with Leonardo. So, if you wanted to invest in them, they should probably have a weapon.
Who's gonna get this health?
Yeah, that's another one. That's good on Edward, Micaiah. Well, the thing about health is that like everyone likes health, right? Like, it's good on Aaron if you want to use him.
I don't think I do.
Then I guess my top picks are Edward and Micaiah. And Micaiah, like, I don't know. It's like a... You can play two ways. One where you make sure she never gets hit ever, and then you don't care at all about her HP or defense. Or you try to make it so that she can take a hit if you mess up or whatever, right? $18 is just miserable health, though. It really is. What is her... Did she gain anything? Like, what? Base stats... She started off with 15, so over the course of 9 levels, she's gained 3 health. Which is a 33% growth rate, which is only a little bit below her 40. Only a little bit below average HP, surprisingly. I think I remember having Micaiah fully maxed out levels in my playthrough, and I think she had about 43 HP.
Wow.
And I think everyone else on my team was like around 60. And she's got some low caps too, so it's possible to use battle experience to force her to gain certain stats. So I ended up with her having maxed out on most things and was like starting to give her like luck and strength level ups and stuff. I guess her luck growth is actually 80. It's phenomenal. $80 luck, 80 magic, 90 res. It's this guy.
Oh. It looks like his textures didn't load or something.
Yeah, he does look that way in the other game too. It's Jillian Zahark. Victory condition is to defend for 6 turns, but then, like, Torunio is on the square that they need to take, and I don't think there's a single enemy on the map who can do anything to him, so I...
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't move off that square, I think you are guaranteed to win this map. Can't say the same for Zahark and Jill, though. They'll do well, but I think eventually they will go down on their own. God, he's got some pretty good stats. I didn't realize his bases were so high in this game.
It comes with 50
Yeah.
uses?
I'm not even sure what I'm looking at on the right-hand side. Like, I can't tell if this is a wall you can climb up or whatever. Or shoot over.
Yeah, this is a wall you can climb right here. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone up there have a javelin? Woof woof. Yeah, see, he's good.
He's good. He's a good boy.
Good boy. 1.
One, he's level 15, so he only gets like 5 levels.
He might get 15. They might go to 30
30?
in this game. Oh, I guess he goes to 40. But I think realistically, like, you won't ever actually get that high in levels. The XP drops off that hard, I think. hit that 60% chance. You know, I talked all that fuss about how the Olympics were cool and how I liked watching them or whatever, but I don't own a TV, so I didn't
You just
watch
didn't?
basically any of them. There's probably like places online I could have, but it just
Probably.
wasn't the same. I did see a little bit of them when I went to visit family on the weekend. I watched the Woman's Omnium, which is like a 4-part bike racing event on the track.
Yeah, I was looking up all the bike events. They're weird. They're crazy.
They're very weird and very cool. Like, especially the part of me that likes seeing, like in speedrunning, it can be kind of stale, right? Like in terms of competition, because like you just do your speedrun thing, and then he does his speedrun thing, and whoever does it better wins.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it is what it is. But I've always liked that in like a fighting game or something, there's opportunities to like outplay your opponent, to strategize or whatever. So I love it whenever those sorts of things pop up. And it turns out cycling is kind of weirdly like that. There's a lot of cycling events where you're just trying to cycle and get the best time or whatever. But there's one, it's head to head. And one person will kind of start out in front and the other person starts behind. And all you need to do is after 3 laps finish before the other person, which you might think would be like, all right, well then just go as fast as possible. But because you are able to slipstream behind your opponent, and the way that the track is shaped with the high slopes on the sides, if you were in front and you just pedaled at a steady rate, you would guarantee your loss because the other person would pedal behind you. They would have the slipstream. They would use it to slingshot around high on the corner and then come down with a bunch of speed, pass you, and win at the end. So one person is trying to avoid that situation. The other person is trying to make that happen. And you're both just like in this weird, like, jockeying for position. Most of the time when the race starts, the person in front is barely pedaling. They're just like, they're wobbling as they drift forward slowly, and they are constantly, they have their head turned backwards to just see what their opponent is doing, and you need to react to when they make their move and when they don't make their move. And there's basically a huge mind game element to it, and it was fascinating to watch. Yeah, well, look, I just told you everything I knew about it. I couldn't commentate it, but there was a commentator there who did know everything about it. He was great, and he helped me understand what it was about.
It's heroin.
Yeah, the longbow is not accurate, and trying to go uphill with it just doesn't work out. Yeah, I mean, I'm no stranger to commentating things with not as much knowledge as I should to be commentating it. But it wouldn't be anywhere near as good as if you had just watched the original broadcast. So you probably noticed Valug got chunked by that fire mage. Fire hurts beasts quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's still pretty healthy.
Yeah. I think the boss tipped you off to that on the last phase too, and you did your sparkly magic, and he was like, "Oh yeah, look, I'm scared of that." It's only when the fires of the furnace roar or something that I feel any kind of fear. This is so awkward that these enemies like can't jump down, but they still just stand up there and let you hit them. But then the hit rates are so bad that you don't actually hit them, so both parties are just standing here feeling stupid about what's happening.
It's a weird situation.
Kind of a weird map too, because your victory is assured. You're just kind of trying to earn as much experience as you can in 6 turns.
Yeah, there's all kinds of weird bike race events though. I was watching one, it was just like a 4v4. And they go... you can win by like lapping the other team.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, when that one guy jumped down, first of all, I was like, oh, that's weird that he was able to do that. I thought we had a guy there.
Yeah.
And then Micaiah killed him, and I was like, oh, another guy could totally just do that, I guess. But then also I was thinking, like, oh, wow, a 4-person bike relay event? Where there are different strategies to score points? Yeah, I want to hear about that.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I thought I had our 2 mages on the bottom there.
Oh, like the perspective got you.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were shifted one higher. Yeah, it's 4v4. You can lap people to score points, and then also points are scored like every couple of laps, is it?
Yeah, every couple of laps if you're ahead. And then, like, I think the last lap is worth more points or something.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one where the guys, they caught up to the other team and then they ran into him with their bikes and they knocked each other over. And everyone, they were thinking that they were going to get disqualified. And then the judges ruled that, well, they caught up to him, so they passed him, they won, right?
He just went ramming speed.
Oh, okay, there's
won the
3
Olympics.
ways to get in here.
Oh.
I see.
So the perspective was a problem. It's just that it was a different problem. It's this pillar in the foreground that was sort of half obscuring a square.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's other bike stuff too. There's one where the person in last is eliminated every lap, and so there's just this huge surge to not be in last. And there's sometimes like there's an incredibly strong person who was in like 7th out of like 20 people, and then the whole pack just shifts in a certain way right as the line hits, and it's dropped from 7th to 20th all of a sudden, and that's all it takes. You're out.
Yeah, the 4v4 one, you only have to... You have to finish the race with 3 people. So you can just have your guy in front, just use all his energy and slipstream off him, and then just, like, leave. And the rest of your team finishes it off. Yeah, it's wild.
I love how much strategy there is there. Yeah, so like... Clearly, with some events, they were like, "All right, you're gonna throw this rock. Whoever throws it the furthest, you're the winner, right?" Like,
yeah,
like it was all self-explanatory. And then I guess at some point, some fucking smart guy got in here and was like, we're gonna do bikes, and it's gonna be like this. I've prepared this manual to explain how it all works." And no one said no. No one stopped him, and so now here we are with these ancient, complex, convoluted bike racing rules. And that's the history of the Olympics, as carelessly guessed at by Mythical Knight. I watched a little bit of Olympic badminton because I was trying to go to sleep, and I thought that would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Badminton's a weird one because I played badminton in high school, so I have like some understanding of it. But the way it's played at the highest level is that you can basically get to any position on the court from the center of the court. It's just like a one hop step and a rotate or whatever, and you can get anywhere. So the best players are able to hit the birdie from anywhere, and then they're basically able to also hit it to anywhere. So it's like no one can make a really good shot to beat their opponent. It comes down to your opponent messed up. Like your opponent totally could have got it, but they didn't, right? So they turn into like battles of attrition.
Yeah, a lot of sports they're just so different at the top level. I was watching some volleyball, and it's like, all right, set, smash, and like 10% chance they can get the ball back, right?
Yeah. Well, it was like that weird football volleyball sport.
Yeah, that was the same thing. Yeah.
It's just a very offense favored thing at the high level. Why can't I remember the name of it? Because the name of it was insane. But foot volleyball, Thailand. Sepak takraw is what it's called. I guess it's also called kick volleyball, which I can probably remember.
Or even like, even soccer, you're doing like a penalty kick into the goal, and the goalie has to guess which way you're kicking it, like before you even kick it, to even have a chance at blocking it, right?
Yep. It's really dumb when a hard-fought soccer game ends in a tie and then goes to a kickoff, and it's like, well, why aren't we just flipping coins? We're like,
yeah.
The Canadian women's team won the gold medal in soccer. The gold medal game came down to kicks, and our goalie guessed right more often than theirs did.
Oh, yeah. Miss. Weapon level up. Should have made him a super sword.
Yeah, the game is starting to outpace Edward a little bit.
That's all they had to say.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean. Because you can support anyone with anyone, you can't... They didn't write meaningful relationships between every single character. So what they did is there's generic, like, call and response.
Yeah.
In tier 1 support, one character's gonna say something like, hello, nice to see you're on the battlefield or whatever, and then the other person's gonna say, thanks, you too, right? And then how they say it will be depending on who they are as a character, but that's the limit of things. I'm really glad she didn't get doubled.
Are you?
I don't want her to die. Some people are making progress on the galactic puzzle hunt.
Ooh.
This is so. There's a. I think I've probably talked about this before, but probably not everyone heard it. So a puzzle hunt is like a series of puzzles that are all very cryptically written, such that the goal of what the puzzle even is part of the puzzle. I'm trying to think of what a good example might be. There was one puzzle called the puzzle usually has a puzzle title, and it'll sometimes have some flavor text at the top, and these will often be clues as to what the puzzle is and how to solve it. And this one was just the emoji for a check mark was the name of the puzzle, and it had some clues that appeared to be crossword clues that were sorted into a cross and down, and it had an 8x8 grid that was completely blank. And so if you solve the crossword clues and you start to kind of maybe see how they might fit into the grid, you can eventually solve all of it. You have all the words in the grid, and then it's like, well, now what? Because the answer to every puzzle is a word or phrase, and often it will be completely unrelated to what the puzzle you're solving is. Like, there was a puzzle about the entire text of books were displayed one letter at a time, and you needed to identify characters from the books, and then the answer to the puzzle was just one word: toddlers. Like it, right? You can't guess what it is. You have no idea where it's going, basically. But you do know you're going to end up with a word or phrase, so you kind of got to figure, how do I get from this crossword grid I've filled in to anything else? And in this case, some of the clues, some of the crossword clues were like, the first piece to place on this board, the second piece to place on this board. And then the answers to those questions after you checked, you had some of the checking letters, like you have the answers from the clues going down, giving you the letters going across, so you could figure out that what it was looking for was knight, bishop, pawn, and king. And you might think, okay, those are chess pieces, and you might realize the crossword grid you have is 8x8, the same size as a chessboard, and that the puzzle is called, effectively, it's called check, and that's a term in chess. So you realize, okay, this is some kind of chess puzzle. We need to, put pieces on the board and do what? Do we need to put things in check? What are we putting in check? Do the letters in the crossword grid represent pieces? And that stumped us for a long time, because what we also forgot, and you maybe heard me even say it in my description earlier, is that check is also a term in a crossword. When you have letters that go down and go across a clue going across, right? Then that letter that is an intersection point for both, that is a checked letter. So it turned out what you needed to do was some of the letters were not in check. There were like sort of imaginary lines drawn in the grid where this letter is only part of an across one, it's not part of a down one. So what you had to do was put certain pieces on the board such that all of the unchecked letters in the crossword became checked letters as if they were on a chessboard. And where you put those four pieces, they land on four letters, and those four letters spelled out the word calm, and that was the answer. So it's tricky stuff. It's really fun. Trying to, that guy's got a ranged attack. Down she goes. It was only a matter of time. This is like the last turn too, isn't it?
Is it? I don't think we played that much of it.
It's only 6 turns. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah, it's
wow.
only 4.
Anyway, I don't appreciate how hard they are sometimes. Like, I'm just bashing my head. I don't even know what the puzzle is, so I don't even know how to start. Those times are not fun, but sometimes there are these really cool moments of discovery that I quite enjoy. Anyway, that's what a puzzle hunt is. You'll solve a bunch of those puzzles. The answers to those puzzles usually lead to some kind of meta puzzle. Sometimes there's like some story or theming that bind it all together. They're a lot of fun, and they're meant to be done cooperatively in big teams, so it's nice to just do things with other people too. That's a part about it I like. And the Galactic Puzzle Hunt is like probably the second biggest puzzle hunt. There's a whole puzzle hunt community. And there are some people who are fucking savage at solving puzzles. Holy shit. Like real genius level stuff. It's kind of a miracle sometimes, like how fast teams are able to complete some of the really hardest puzzles. Hello.
Not bad.
Just getting like one of every stat he needs except HP for some reason. Ooh. He didn't get strength that time, but he got defense. I can't believe how much of this map has been you taking position on the low ground of this ledge and just not really doing anything from there.
Gah. Doodle-doo-doodle-doo-doo-doo.
Funny how often the extra little bit of damage from the card matters, huh?
Yeah. Almost every time. What is he doing, dude?
He's going to get healed. Which heals pretty low. She's got a vulnerary, right?
Right?
Alright. That was extremely unnecessary.
My guys are just down here now.
This is one of these weird cases where it's like, yeah, you could have so jumped that gap and land in that crowd of like 8 guys and probably kill them all, but like, he's gonna get 10 experience for it and break all his knives, and the map would have ended 2 turns from now anyway.
This guy, though. He won't break any knives.
You just gotta watch out for them fire mages. I think they're fire mages. Yeah. But it's weird too, because even he is like barely getting any experience.
No, we got the high ground.
You've done it. I forget, if you hold B, do you can you move the cursor around faster? I picked a bad time to ask.
Tell you next turn.
Wait, does that guy have a longbow or do it? Yeah, okay, I'm just misunderstanding where the squares are.
It's tricky.
Wang. That hurts. She just used her turn not healing, right? So I'm a little worried for her. Nope. They've got the low ground now. This is tough because if you move someone away to check, like, okay, what are the hit rates and stuff like with someone else, and then they're bad, then the person you moved away, you probably want him to stand there and block the thing, but you just used their turn. I guess Nolan is also there. He can step in and block. If you want to see if Leonardo can shoot some guys.
I do. He can shoot any guy he wants.
Can he double with the iron bow? Can't tell if his strength is holding him back. Nope. It's his speed holding him back.
Yeah, well, these guys are all done. It's just if I want to go up here or not.
It would be very tragic if he moved Soth up there and then all the magic guys just killed him for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his res is like. It's pretty good. How did Valug end up with 2 vulneraries? But he could definitely die to those fire mages. Hand axe and longbow to kill one of these guys.
Haha.
That's 30 experience you would not have otherwise had. Yeah, it's dangerous to send him down there. Those mages are pretty close. I guess it is a bit of a shame you didn't get to kill the boss. I'm a little worried about you, so...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they don't get slowed down by sand. The mages. Ooh. The end. Everything's fine. What a weird... There was no cutscene of like, we're out of time, we need to retreat. Like, they just vanish.
Yeah.
So obviously this guy's got spooky music. He's got a real ugly face. He's all hunched over. He was an advisor to a king, right? All the red flags of evil have been raised here.
Uh-huh.
But I can't tell if actually he's not a bad guy, and it's just that they painted themselves into a corner when he was a bad guy in the first game, and now they're like, well, he just looks like this because that's how we drew him when he was a bad guy. Really menacing that Taronio has this whole conversation with a javelin pointed at everyone.
Yeah.
I can't remember if you even got a chance to see these two, the prince and the queen in the other game.
Don't remember these two.
Well, I guess he wasn't a prince back then. Heroic Dawn Brigade. I was pretty sure she was going to be like, no, so it's a good cause, I'll do it. And she was just like, exactly. Fuck that. Oh, here it is.
We saved at 343. Oh boy.
Should have saved in a different slot.
Yeah.
3 years passed.
This song reminds me of something.
Mustered all of its
Dum, dum,
formidable
dum,
military
dum,
might
dum, dum,
and cut
dum,
a bloody
dum,
swath
dum.
through neighboring Crimea in a sudden
There's
invasion.
Fed. He's here.
Dain was defeated, however, and the dreams of its ruler, Mad King Ashnard, died with him. Ashnard's son, Peleus, possesses a gentle sincerity that is a bright counterpoint to his late father's violence and duplicity. Ill-suited though he seems for these troubled times, his presence is a welcome sight to Micaiah's eyes. Peleus, declared rightful heir to the throne, finds his name becoming a rallying cry for Dain. At his side is the only person he believes can lead his liberation army, the silver-haired maiden.
Murder.
Yeah.
didn't like
He
want-
said after he disappeared from existence.
It's more of like a. Oh. Look at this obvious good-hearted person stuck with the bad guys. I can't stop seeing this guy as having some kind of like pumpkin on his head in his character model.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, like it's not orange. It's like it's been out for years and it's decayed and drained of color. He wears it like a jack-o'-lantern head. Like what's his name? Ichabod. Sleepy Hollow guy.
I don't see it at all. Right.
I don't even know what sound that's supposed to be. Info. Lass is here.
And Grandmama.
You got a thing. Did these two ever talk before? I'm not sure that they did. Renewal is regenerate a little bit of HP every turn.
A little bit of HP, hey?
And since this isn't a skill that's like on someone that you're taking off, it's also like, yeah, just put it on someone. Like you can take it off later if you want, right? Like just... I forget what his howl does. Indirect attack. So like if they hit him with a bow or a spell, then there's a chance afterwards that they will be immobilized for one turn? Is that it?
Maybe?
Because he's not doing indirect attacks.
He just gets hit with something and goes.
Yeah. And the other person's like, oh shit. Gets all scared.
Gets spooked.
It's really fun seeing the stat bars move as you move the cursor around, and then you get to Toronio, and it's just like thunk. It just bam.
Thonk.
So I guess they're all on your team. Toronio is exactly the same as he was in the previous game. Like except it's so much earlier in the game that he's also like amazing offensively and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the late game, he'll die off a little bit, but he'd still be fine if you wanted to use him. Jill is still really good. You just need to, make sure she gets her levels so that she kind of gets up to par on a couple different things. I think it's probably easier to do in this game. So
She's only
a
axes?
Yeah. Everyone got a little more specialized in this game. Yeah, Meg did go down. There was a miscalculation. A guy had an axe that we didn't realize had a throwing axe, a hand axe.
That was it.
And Zahark or Zyhark, I don't know how to say it, but he's a very typical sword master. He's kind of his strength. I mean, it's really good right now, but in the end game is a little bit low. But his speed and skill is very high, and his defense will always be low, so he'll always be a little bit flimsy. I wonder, what are the average stats comparing Edward to Zahark? Let me take a look at this. Edward will have, by like the end of the game, I'll say, or heading into the end game. Oh no. There's a way to do this. Hold on. Sounds like that. Just trying to line these two windows up side by side. Make it easier on myself. But normally I just slam the window into the side, but I was doing it like where my two monitors connect, and I haven't had two monitors for very long, so I'm still learning like how stuff works sometimes. Edward will have 3 more HP than Zahark. He will have 2 more strength. He will have 4 less magic, I guess. They'll have the same skill. Zyhark will have 1 more speed. Edward will have 9 more luck and 2 more res. So they're very, very similar. Edward just grows into a unit who's just very slightly better. Except Zyhark comes at promoted level 3. And Edward just requires a whole mountain of experience and patience and care. And I guess Edward has innate wrath, whereas Zyhark has innate adept, which are both pretty good skills.
Alright, you want to do one more?
Yeah, one more. I think we're like a little bit close to finishing the prologue, but I don't think we can quite get there. Turin.
Laverton.
I was watching a breakdown of all the Olympic logos over the years and like critiquing the design of them or whatever.
Yeah.
There's it's funny to see how each one is like very representative of the time the Olympics was, like how design has changed over the course of 50 years or whatever. Like you get into the 60s and there's this really like psychedelic, trippy looking thing, and there's one from the 80s that looks like the front of a box that runs software on your Apple computer or something. Like it
Yeah.
really does look like a product of its time. There was the one that was held in Germany in 1936 that was opened by Chancellor Adolf Hitler. That was a weird one. Couple of strange. There's like an eagle symbol that, I mean, Germany still uses, to be fair, so it means more than bad stuff, but it also kind of means some bad stuff.
You can't just like fly in the mountains in this one?
No.
Huh.
You're just cutting loose with all these strong units now. What else is going on this map?
Not a whole lot.
That's weird.
Yeah, weird.
I'm sure nothing will happen.
What could possibly happen?
And I don't say that like knowing that what's gonna happen. Like I don't. I'm just I just feel like probably something will. I definitely remember the individual levels in this game less than Path of Radiance when we played that. Despite seeming to remember more of the overall mechanics of this game.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Oh, he found Edward. I can't believe you moved 3 units up here and they've all decided that Sothe is like the juiciest target among them.
Yeah, things have changed.
So I guess here's a little bit of what's going on with this map.
Hammer.
The big axe that smashes in armor guys. All right, Leo.
Let's
He's
go,
the
big
leader
level
of the
up.
bunch. Oh, wow. Also, I was trying to do a Ninja Turtles reference, like Leonardo is the leader or whatever.
The leader of the bunch, you know him
But
well.
then it came out Donkey Kong.
But do you want to become famous? That's the
What
question.
is it? What does the song say about Leo? Hold on. Like I know Donatello does machines. Michelangelo is a party dude. Okay, this song is not the song I was thinking of, I think. Leonardo's the leader in blue, does anything it takes to get his ninjas through. Donatello is a fellow, has a way with machines. Raphael has the most attitude on the team. Michelangelo, he's one of a kind. And you know just where to find him when it's party time. But I thought it was like Michelangelo is a party dude. Dun, 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 dun. So this is some other theme song, I think. Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines. Raphael is cool but crude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Alright, there we go. That's it, finally. What's going on in this game? You killing guys?
Just getting some great level ups. Here they are. There was.
I didn't... You promised me a great level up. I didn't see a great level up.
No, well, here it is for sure.
Holy shit. She got speed. You know what? That's pretty good.
I found a coal.
Oh. I didn't realize anything other than the desert had hidden items. Has there been... Chapter 3 had one. Had a coin. Chapter 4 has a coin, a beast foe skill? Weapon? I can't remember. And a master seal? Chapter 5 had a coin and a concoction.
Concoction.
And then this one has a coin and an arm scroll. Which I think sells for like $4,000. That's some pretty serious treasure. I didn't realize that this was a thing in this game.
Wow.
Yeah, we missed a couple coins, which is kind of whatever, but Beast Foe and Master Seal are pretty nice. Empty level simulator. Hasn't happened yet. Nolan sort of pulled off something. He gained nothing but a single point in magic. Technically not empty. Come on, Edward. Is Nolan gonna be okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Is Ilyana gonna be okay? What? 23 days. He's got a 50% chance to just knock her head off of her shoulders with this hammer.
Aw, man.
Oh, it's actually impossible to get an empty level up. That's interesting.
Mostly impossible.
Yeah, I think leaving aside the one case of having all of your stats capped, which I'm not sure is possible on any unit, just because the HP caps are often so high, as well as the luck caps. Maybe there's like a Laguz character who can do it or something if you give them all your stat boosters. I don't know. So with every stat booster in both games, I don't know. Wow, tough armor guy over there. You know what I can't believe about these hidden items? Often it's just a single square.
Yeah.
At least the desert maps, like there's some pretty big regions. Like it'll at least be 2x3 usually. Sometimes it's even like 3x5 or. You had to move Soth onto that exact square to pick up that coin.
If I were an arm scroll, I'd be like up here or something.
Well, I messed up. It's actually a concoction on this map, and it's in the choke point. It's the bottom cell of the checkpoint and like to the left. Yeah,
Right there?
Yeah, one to the left of where that guy's standing. Right
Sure
there.
there?
That's a concoction. Nolan's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Weird seeing Ilyana be so effective. The longbow? Wow. I didn't think he'd do any damage with it. The Leonardo
was
and
this?
Aaron combo?
No. It was a valiant effort.
Edward with the wind edge. Here we
The
go.
wind, here we. Oh. This guy can totally kill him if he stands there.
You could take the bush, the magic bush, right?
Oh yeah.
With Soth and talk to Micaiah there.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No, you can't back up because you did an action. So I watched this all happen. It was just like, well, there goes that opportunity. Nope, there's no good shoves here. You could. No, never mind. The double shove.
Oh man. I don't know, I just like instinctively grabbed the green hair guy.
Hmm. Just seemed like green was the thing for the job. Because the bush was green, maybe? I had a totally not thinking moment where, so when I go to visit family, there are a couple towns over, but there's some public transit that isn't like municipal travel. It'll span multiple cities, and I can use that to get there. It's pretty cheap. Takes a while, but it's pretty cheap. But I have to transfer off like multiple trains and buses as I make my way there. And the final bus that runs between the city where they all live and the closest train station, that bus does not operate very often. It's depending on what time of day and stuff, it'll be somewhere between every hour or every 2 hours the bus shows up. So it's like a big deal if you miss your bus, basically.
Yeah.
So every time I would leave there, I would always check the schedule and make sure I was there for when the next bus was going to be. But for whatever reason in my head, whenever I would go there from my place, I would just go whenever. I would get off the train and the bus would just kind of always be there. And I would get on the bus after like 5 minutes or whatever and go. And it was just like, oh, I maybe the trains are scheduled to match the buses or something. I don't know. But in my head, that bus was like a different bus. It was like this bus is a magic bus that's always there. It runs every 10 minutes and it's always there to pick me up. But it's not. It's the same bus as the one that comes every hour or 2 hours or whatever, because of course it's the same bus. It's doing loops. It's not like there are 20 buses going one way and 2 going the other, and they all just pile up at one end in a parking lot somewhere, right? That doesn't make sense. So I go, and I miss the bus, and I just gotta wait for like 2 hours. And I was like, it was just luck. I made that trip like 6 times. And had never missed a bus. Well, this is an interesting position you found yourself in.
Yes.
I think there's a square where Liliana only gets attacked by one of these Pegasus Knights, right? If she goes one up. How heavy is that, sorry?
She's good on strength.
Nice. This music's putting me to sleep, George.
Yeah.
It's just kind of generic, whatever.
It's just kind of there.
Sure, you're getting sleepy too. Your sleep schedule's got you up. This is past your bedtime right now, I think.
It's getting there.
To the closest airport, you gotta use the 4 different transportation. Yeah, the airport's not too bad for me. There's a couple ways I can do it. I'm not sure which is fastest. I can take 2 buses and a train and a bus, or I could take
I want Nolan.
1 bus and 2 trains, I think.
Nolan's gonna be okay. All 4 corners.
And the strength and defense are in the middle there.
He's so good.
Literally the only thing that is even conceivably considered a downside of Antonio is that his movement is not very good, but since he's still a promoted unit, it's like basically the same as everyone else. Yeah, that's true about there not being any wolves in the previous game. Like there's just like a continent off the world somewhere that's got a whole different tribe of Lagoose beasts. I don't know if they're actually truly completely never mentioned in the game at all. Like, did they literally were they literally invented between games, or was it just something they didn't bother to put into the first game? But they always kind of had plans or concept art or whatever. Because it is pretty weird that there's that scene where all the Lagoose royalty meet up in that like desert meeting to decide what to do. Do you remember that? It had a 3D cutscene and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like Queen Nyla wasn't there, right? Like why?
Yeah.
Why wasn't she part of that?
Right.
They gave a lot of magic swords to people in this game. Whoop.
Whoop. Yeah. God, we didn't see magic swords for like 20 chapters last time, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're not very good. %. Let's go. Longbow against a myrmidon in a bush. Yeah, hers isn't much better. She fucking did it though.
Yeah.
Chill, chill, chill. How's he doing on... He's okay. The regen helps him.
Sure does.
Unless
Yeah,
one of these
what's-
guys has a beast slayer or something inexplicably.
What's going on here? We
I'm
can
gonna
get some
fly down
places.
and hit you with spears. Can poke you real good.
Couple javelins.
I like how Volug's experience counter is basically just a kill counter. He just increments it by 1 every time. And it's pretty rare that he gets into combat and doesn't kill someone, though I guess I'm going to eat my words right now. If you can get a level up onto Volug and he'll gain 1 HP, then Renewal will start giving him 5 HP every turn.
Ooh.
Does that count as horse? No.
No.
Not a horse. Pegasus. Different
No,
thing.
flying, no.
Definitely flying. Just make sure you clean up afterwards. Route enemy. You gotta kill these guys to end the map. And
Route enemies
Jill-
that keep spawning every turn.
Yeah. And you've only got one flyer who could conceivably go over and kill one thing, but not two.
Do-do-do-do.
Oh, they stopped coming.
Guess we win. It was this square, right? With the thing?
Didn't get it.
It's just a chance?
Yeah. Soth will always get it because he's a thief, but everyone else just has a chance based off their luck or skill or something. And then biorhythm factors into that. Oh, thieves aren't even 100%? Dang.
Wow.
Might be kind of hard to pick all these guys off, actually. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, if you wanted to get all the items in the game, you would just have to, like, walk over every square multiple times. I can't.
And then not even be sure that you got them all, because, like,
Right?
well, maybe I just got unlucky on this square. Yeah, video games are dumb sometimes. The Wind Edge would do bonus damage, I think.
No?
Back up and try it. Yeah, maybe it's different in this game. It's not actually wind element, it's just always sword. It's just long range sword. But maybe still keys off of magic? I don't know.
That was it, I guess. Save the game. Oh wait, stage
Sort
2.
of.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's a two-parter. There's a master seal you can get on this map. Just sort of northwest of this bridge. Yeah, it's what? In the so the path, like northwest of this, yeah. 2 square, that square, and then the square down, left, and up of it. Yeah. Those 4 squares.
Oh, okay. I was like, why didn't you just say left? Down, left.
Hold on. I'm navigating down, left, up, right, left, right, left, right, left. That square.
That one, eh? First move, just walk point blank in front of the ballista. The balls.
I didn't realize you got a second knife. That's cool.
Yeah, I bought it. It was one of the special things to buy.
I wonder if Micaiah knows that Soth keeps taking war funds and using it to buy special knives. A weird thing when I went on vacation to North Carolina when I was a teenager was there was a lot of shops in America where, like, first off, there are some where like you can buy guns or whatever, but like there were just so many touristy shops that are like, here's the t-shirts, and here are the hats and the beach towels, and the knives, and the lighters, and I'm like, wait, what? The what? I'm sorry? And like, yeah, no, this is just every store just has a collection of knives for people who want to buy knives.
Yeah, I don't understand people who are just like fascinated with knives.
I understand the idea to like just like collect something, right? It kind of doesn't
Sure.
matter what it is, but I really don't know why someone would go for knives over something else. And sometimes there's like a stamp collector or something will be like, look at this particular stamp, and I'm like, that's a cool stamp. Even I can admit that that's a good stamp.
Sure.
And I feel like a knife collector would never be able to show me a knife where I'm like, wow.
Did you ever collect rocks as a kid?
No. Wasn't well, I did have a it was mostly just because my sisters were doing it, but they would grab beach glass, the like really sort of sanded, smooth glass. But no, not a run-of-the-mill rock collection per se.
What's happening? There's a lot of shuffling. Picking them up. Okay.
I think they brought out the the NPCs, and I think the idea was to like hold them hostage or whatever, and then good girl over here is fed up with bad guys doing bad things. So her and her men have scooped them up. And now they're about to probably die unless you can get up there and do something. Why
Leo
is
taking a
Leonardo
hit.
being hit by a guy? Like, why is that? Why did you let this happen?
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Horses are deadly.
They move far.
Like he probably would have. Not only that, but like they can like move out of the way and leave a square empty to have someone else run in and hit you, right?
Yeah, I really liked the first Pokemon game as a kid, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna find like my own Thunderstone, and like started collecting rocks. And then my parents always had to check my pants for rocks when they did the laundry. Just a couple times went in there with some rocks.
Uh-huh. And the sound, I'm sure,
Uh-huh.
alerted everyone there was a problem. but probably damage was already done. I never got really way into collecting anything. I had a couple Pokemon cards. I had a couple, there were some Marvel cards. I think it was Marvel. I didn't even really like comic books, but like all it takes is like a couple kids at school and who are into it, and you're like, well, I guess I am too. I've decided, right? Fucking
Yeah.
kids are so dumb.
Oh, this guy's got the wind edge. What the heck? A wind engine back.
He is on a horse. Oh, never mind. Wait, has Micaiah had her turn? I can't tell. She's really
Yeah,
dark.
she already deleted a horse person.
Okay. So I've had this idea. It might be a lot of work, and it might not. I don't know. It's just an idea at this point. I was watching some people play a game called One Hand Clapping, which is a platformer that where you use your voice talking into a microphone to do stuff. Puzzle platformer, I guess I should say. So there'll be like you need to. There's this line that it moves at a steady pace, and if you sing high, then the line goes high, and if you sing low, the line goes low, and you need to kind of guide it around some rocks and have it touch a button to open a door or something, right? So you gotta kind of go like and make it do the thing. And so it's a cool game, and so I thought about like just playing it. It's in early access right now, though I have watched a playthrough of most of it. So, but I was wondering is there a way to do sort of like a meaningful speed run of the game, which is like I don't know what kind of tech it has, or if you're really just kind of you just walk to the next place at a set speed and then solve the puzzle with your voice and then walk to the next, or like can you do things concurrently? Is there skill involved, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm losing connection.
Are you?
I think it might be passing.
Is it?
It's still a little weird.
Weird how?
It's pixelated. It slows down, then speeds up.
It's a
Audio
little
seems
weird.
okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to focus on the game part of the game, which is fine because I was on this completely different topic anyway. So yeah, the idea would be to come up with, is there a good speed run here, and then if so, the goal would be to run it at GDQ, with the real goal being to come up with an entertaining sort of musical adventure almost, where I have to find parts of popular songs that you can sing that will solve different puzzles, like based off the way the line moves. So instead of going like whoa, whoa or what, like I find a song that I can just sing that will solve the puzzle, and then it's like a fun, weird little sing-along thing.
Okay.
And then do it at a GDQ. That's the idea.
God, for a second there, I thought you were gonna say to, like, get the audience to do the sound or something.
Maybe at some parts. But there's a lot of problems with it. Like, it might not be a good speedrun. It might be really hard to find good songs that fit or whatever. The game is still in early access, and maybe I could just wait for the game to come out or whatever. But Games Done Quick is not going to be online forever, and they're pretty specific about their setup, so I don't know how accommodating they would be for, like, no, your headset mic doesn't work with this game, I need something else, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, how does it work when the audience is, if there's any crowd noise or whatever, will that mess up the game?
And you're gonna sing songs and, like, get them DMCA'd?
Yes. Well, I don't know. I doubt I'm that good a singer. But I suppose that could be I would have that concern, I guess, if I had to give the okay to it. And then it's also like, hey, do I sing well enough that this is fun to listen to, or is it just not okay, right? So there's a lot up in the air about it. It was just a fun idea I had, and if nothing else, I thought I would entertain everyone with the idea of it, if not the actual execution. There are apps that will match tones to a song. I was wondering about that. If there would be a way to sort of automate that part of it. Well, goodbye, lady.
Lady.
I'm guessing this is bonus experience down the drain right now. 1-6 Part 2. Murado's Army Survival. 200 bonus experience per unit.
What?
Prisoners also 200 per unit. You just lost 200 bonus experience. Right there.
Not even, like, that upset?
Yeah.
Like, that's like 20 experience for one guy?
I think it's more like 50, but yeah. It's not 200, that's for sure. Here he comes. Big Daddy Tornio has reached the enemy and now absolute destruction.
Hell yeah.
You found it! I did check and see there's 4 speedruns of this game, even just the alpha version or whatever already. The slowest one's like an hour 40 and the fastest one's an hour 10. So I guess there's, you know, some amount of wiggle room to go faster.
Yeah, a lot of games seem like they wouldn't make good speedruns or they're just auto-scrollers or whatever, but there's always a little something if you dive in.
But it would also be like pretty unfamiliar territory for me too, right? Like there would, with so few people on such a new game, there would definitely be a pretty big burden to like experiment and discover, right? And I have had to do very little of that in my speedrunning career. I tend to think pretty small. I don't tend to think like, well, what if I just fucking appended everything I knew about this and tried this instead, right? I'm never gonna find the big change.
Not grandfather.
I love that sound. Well, only one targeted him and he dodged it, so Volug is okay. I think he might have survived too, I'm not sure. It'd be close.
We're gonna need a lot more javelins.
Now you're really playing Fire Emblem.
Oh my god. Feed him.
The boss.
This guy too? Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever.
Fuck
Oh,
you. Oh, he
missed.
dodged. He's been on the low ground this whole time, and he's still been just nailing these shots, too. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
What?
Oh my god. Is it
That was
route
a-
or kill boss?
There's a couple guys.
Feed boss.
That could have just ended right there.
It coulda. I didn't look closely enough. You buttoned through it pretty quick. Yeah, that's a little spooky. There's 3 guys up there. It's probably fine, but it definitely would have been nice if it was just 2. Or you could kill the boss.
Yeah.
Not quite. the shove. All for a 63% chance for a bit of experience.
Hey.
Bang. Bonking you back with the stick.
Yeah, I guess we're done here.
Yeah.
Fight them on equal terms.
Oh, I guess it wasn't uphill the whole time.
It does look kind of that way.
Yeah. Laverton.
Paragon.
I was watching, it was Gura was playing a game and the word amalgam came up and she'd never said it. And so for her it came out amalgam and I was just kept adding Lisa needs braces after amalgam. Lisa
Amalgam.
needs braces. Amalgam. I made the joke in chat. I don't think anyone saw it. It goes by so fast. It's the worst part about watching someone who's like hyper popular. Is you don't get to participate as a chat member, really. There's nothing there but noise. You can shout into it if that brings you joy. And it does sometimes. Like when Salty Bet was huge and that chat was really big and active, like I had a lot of fun just like spamming some all capitals like, oh shit, when something crazy happened. Like, that's fine. But then every now and then you got a good joke and there's no one there to hear it. Fiona the Paladin giving her whole good guy backstory. Are you making fun of my hat? I told you not to make fun of my hat. Numida. It's not just his flat top head, like his face also looks like he's got it pressed against the glass or something.
Yeah. His hat looks like if you took it off, his head would just be like that shape under there.
It's just a loose piece of cloth resting on the shape of his head. Here's this guy, Sephiran. I guess he's he's like a high member of clergy in Banyan. Maybe, is that it?
Exterminate.
Well, this is the other guy talking. Jared. Buckethead was deemed
The
fashionable.
Liberation Army's sweeping victory seems to signal a turn in the war for Dayin. However, General Jared uses his superior numbers to harry the group and threaten their fragile momentum. Benyan has fortified its army with weapons and
Benyan.
supplies bought with funds
I think I've been saying
stolen from
Banyan.
Dayin. Benyan has also
From
purchased the
Benyan.
swords of a vast number of mercenaries from these same stolen funds. The Liberation Army does not want for willing fighters of its own. However, most are old men and inexperienced boys whose passion far outstrips their skill. The Liberation Army has no choice. It must bolster its ranks if it is to meet Benyan on equal terms.
I feel like this guy's voice
Its
just like
only
falls
hope
and rises
lies
too
locked
much.
in Benyan's prison camps, where
Where
Dayan's
Daniel's former soldiers await their rescue.
Like he's doing a Shakespeare or something. Now is the winter of our discontent. Jor's favorite stage. I think snow shows up later on in the game.
Are there ice
You'll have to-
mechanics?
Yeah, I don't know about that. You end
Just
your
like-
turn on an ice square and you just keep going on the ice.
Just shove a guy and he just keeps going. You get hit by an attack and you just go, whoa, you go backwards.
Whoa, whoa. Umona. Is it actually going to be Umona, or is she going to cut in and be like, actually, that's a terrible idea? Oh, okay. About that.
What?
Now that the adults are all here, we can talk about what we should actually do. At another time. First, let's manage this base stuff.
Only one thing?
Talk to the prince. He looks weird to me. He look like something about the fact that you can't see his arms underneath or his hood or something, like, or his cloak, like something about his posture is like he's standing like too stiff, like he's just really uncomfortable. It's weird. It's like he's not a person. It's like he's like it's gonna come out that he was just like a mannequin that someone was like shaking around and doing voices or something, and I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. It's just a broomstick with a piece of cardboard with a face painted on it. It also bothers me when characters have like some kind of pose that they've been drawn in, like Micaiah with her arm up here. So like you'll just never see her with her arm down. It's just always there. That's just how she moves, how she stands.
Yeah, it's not very princely hair. Come on, man.
To be fair, he didn't know he was a prince. He's still figuring it out. They didn't have a lot of great barbers in the desert of death. The branded. Sort of like a mix of Bjork and Laguz.
Ah, I almost forgot. The reason this was 3 stars.
Yeah, I almost wonder if they added this, like, he gives you something at the end, is just so that you will click
Yeah.
on it because it is 3 stars. It's actually a fantastic sword. Like, I forgot they give you such a good sword early on. And who can even use this? Maybe Zahar can use it.
C.
You do 2 hits. Edward probably isn't at C yet. He would love to have it if he does. He's a B? What?
He's a B, dude.
He's almost an A.
We've been using him.
Yeah, you got that skill you found. Paragon. Which I think gives you more experience?
Doubles.
Nifty little boost. Everyone is stuck with shove, taking up their capacity, so they can't quite use it. All the people who have yet to promote, and the people who are probably who you want to get the experience.
Yeah.
Wait, can Jill get it? Nope, never mind. She's very far from getting it. Kanto takes 10. Yeah, Makai is a pretty good candidate, or Volug, I guess, is also pretty good. If you want to get rid of Renewal, put it somewhere else.
I like Renewal.
Yeah, he gets really good use out of it. I don't know how it works with... yeah, that's a lot. I don't know how Paragon works with bonus experience. Like, I don't know if it's having the tax rate or whatever it is. I guess you were right about the numbers when we were talking about like how much 200 experience was or whatever. Your 20 was closer to my 50. Now
Yeah.
that I'm paying more attention to the numbers.
Yeah, here's 50. It's 400. That's at level 15 though.
Paragon actually mattered in the previous game for battle experience, but not this one.
Hmm.
Intéressant. Oh yeah, there's Fiona. She's
Yeah,
not
how's-
very good.
No?
She's not good. No. I mean, you'd think the person who shows up at like kind of a low level riding a horse would be like, oh shit, finally, like a cavalier. They're gonna get like 2 weapon types and have good movement and have pretty good all around stats or whatever. And Fiona's just not that. Her stats are just not good. They're not good bases, and then they don't get much better. Born under a cursed sign. She should be good, right? The Dawn Brigade should have a really good cavalier show up
Totally.
and be able to do something good for him. By the time she promotes, like level 1 promoted, she will usually on average have 13 strength.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's true. There is some pretty big terrain stuff going on. Also can't help but notice how many different elements there are for characters. There's like 12 of them or something. And yet your characters all seem to be either Earth, Thunder, or whatever the other one was. Secret book. Shh. Don't tell anyone about this book.
Okie dokie.
Boom, bum, boom.
Alright. I forget, what do the coins do?
Well, I'm not sure.
Using-
It's something about Daniel
something?
said he wanted them. And
Yeah.
again, that's just a thing I don't think I realized was a thing in this game. So.
Use it at the forge.
Used to give a random bonus during weapon forging.
Where? How?
I don't know. Maybe it's after you click accept or something.
I want a sword that does 1 damage.
And I want it to cost way more than other swords. You can forge the 1 to 2 range knives? I didn't know that. I didn't know they existed. And I was kind of surprised that Soth didn't have one at the start of the game. That's pretty interesting. But at the same time, the age of Soth is coming to an end. Taronio is here, and he has javelins, and now he is our savior. That's not true. He's still a little bit slow. Oh yeah, Leonardo rather, went away. I guess giving her 20 avoid isn't the worst thing. Earth, thunder, and light, and wind. Micaiah does light magic, but is dark element. That's weird.
Spooky.
You can't have light without the darkness. He just also only gets Laura. Everyone. So you get a lot of points for healing people, I guess. So Laura's like competing with everyone.
Yeah.
It's like some kind of like animal society where they're
Wait,
have
it's
to
like
compete for.
oh, you're gonna say it's like the Bachelorette or something.
Yeah, well, basically, yeah. All right, well that's it. Stay
All
tuned
right.
to the next episode of Fire Emblem, where that did not come out good at all.
Emblem.
Who is? I've forgotten her name already.
Laura?
Laura. I'm like, it's not Lucia. It's not Lucia. It's not Lucia. That's someone else. It's not Lucia. Who is Laura gonna choose on the next episode? She's not gonna choose me, that's for sure. I forgot her dang name. It's been fun playing more games with you, Jarv.
Yeah.
So we'll pick this up again at some point in a few days. We're starting a little bit earlier than normal, so maybe like around 5-6 p.m. Eastern time or something like that next time.
Something like that.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for that. If you want to follow the channel, then you'll see us go live or whatever. You'll also see George playing some weird stuff. What do you
Weird
got anything?
stuff.
Anything else?
I'm still working on Amstrad CPC speedruns, man.
It's
You
got
know the
more
ones.
I've been watching them. I've been only
Oh,
seeing
yeah?
like the end product though. The work that I did see you routing out. Get Dexter.
That was yesterday's one, man. It's a surprising amount of work to route that game out.
Didn't look surprising. I saw you pull out that map and I was like, fuck, man. I
Yeah.
stream occasionally on my channel. We stream some co-op games. I would like to find more and play more of those. Those were fun. And every day I get a little bit closer to firing up my own stream and doing something. So
You
if you want
should.
to find me, yeah, Mythical9 with an I and a 9. Links in the chat there. That's it. That's all we got. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
See you next time, everyone. Bye.
Bye.